Hello everyone, Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as the Flash's Nemesis, Part 2. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it.
Vacation to Earth 2 gone wrong. Miles sat on the banks of the river, throwing pebbles across the water with a faraway look in his eyes. Behind him was a crate filled with stolen money, but even the thrill of a successful heist wasn't enough to satisfy him anymore. He tossed another pebble and watched as it skipped across the surface of the water before sinking out of sight. "What should I do now?" he muttered to himself. "I've stolen, I've fought, and I've won. But it's all starting to feel so boring." Miles leaned back against a nearby tree, staring up at the sky as he pondered his options. Maybe he should switch things up a bit. He'd heard about Earth 2, a world where heroes and villains existed on a completely different scale. Perhaps he could play the hero this time, try his hand at doing some good for a change. But then again, Miles had never been one for playing by the rules. The thought of being forced to toe the line, to answer to someone else's sense of justice, made his skin crawl. No, being a villain was in his blood, and he couldn't just abandon that part of himself. Miles sighed, reaching for another pebble and launching it across the water with a flick of his wrist. He knew he had to do something, anything, to shake himself out of this rut. Maybe he could try something different, something he'd never done before. He thought back to his encounters with the Flash, Cisco, Caitlin, and even Harrison Wells' Ebard, remembering the rush of excitement he felt during those fights. Perhaps that was it. Maybe he needed a new challenge, someone who could really test his skills. Miles smiled to himself, feeling a spark of excitement as he thought about the possibilities. He stood up, stretching his legs as he gazed out across the water. "I'll figure it out," he said aloud, to no one in particular. "But for now, I've got all this money to play with." He gestured towards the crate behind him, grinning wickedly as he considered the possibilities. With a final toss of a pebble, Miles turned and walked away, his mind already racing with plans for his next move. He might not know what the future held, but he knew one thing for certain: it was going to be anything but boring. As Ebard enters the time vault, he wheels up to the central console where Gideon's hologram appears before him. "Ebard Thorne, how may I assist you?" Gideon asks in her robotic voice. "I need to know if the timeline has been restored," Ebard says, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Gideon processes the request for a moment before responding, "I'm sorry to inform you that there has been a slight alteration in the timeline." "What kind of alteration?" Ebard asks, his heart racing with anticipation. Gideon displayed a hologram of Barry disappearing. Barry Allen has disappeared from the timeline, and it appears to be a result of recent events. Ebard's face darkened. "Recent events? What happened?" Gideon then displayed news about Miles facing Savitar alone. Ebard watched with interest as the news footage played out before him. Ebard's eyes widen in realization. "So, Miles is taking on Savitar by himself," Ebard muttered to himself. "This isn't good. That boy is playing a dangerous game. What do you plan to do?" Gideon asks, her holographic form standing ready to assist him. "I need to find a way to fix this," Ebard says, determination filling his voice. "But first, I need to know more about this Miles Wally." Gideon nods in agreement, displaying a holographic file on the speedster. Ebard studies it carefully, his mind racing with possibilities. "This changes everything," he mutters to himself. "But I won't let it stop me. I'll find a way to fix this timeline, no matter what it takes." Barry and Oliver were sitting on the couch in the lounge, discussing Miles. Oliver was curious why Barry hadn't caught Miles yet, despite being the fastest man alive. "Barry, you're telling me that you've been chasing this guy for months, and you haven't caught him yet?" Oliver asked incredulously. Barry sighed. "He's just too fast. Every time I get close, he manages to slip away. He's always been one step ahead of me. Literally and metaphorically." Oliver frowned. "What's his deal, anyway? Why is he stealing all this money?" Barry shook his head. "I don't know. He's not like any other villain I've ever faced. He's smart, resourceful, and he always seems to be an adrenaline junkie or some battle maniac." Oliver leaned forward. "What do you mean?" Barry hesitated for a moment before continuing. "He taught me how to phase just to make it challenging." Oliver looked confused. "Miles taught you how to phase? Why would a villain teach you something so useful?" "I don't know," Barry admitted. "But he did. And now he's using his powers for, well, not good, but not entirely bad either." Oliver raised an eyebrow. "What does that even mean?" Barry leaned back on the couch. "He's complicated, Ollie. He won't hesitate to steal, but he also won't let innocent people get hurt if he's there. He's got his own moral code, and I don't know if I agree with it, but he's not just some mindless villain." Oliver chuckled. "You always see the good in people, Barry. It's one of the things I like about you." Barry smiled. "Thanks, Ollie. But I'm not sure how much good there is in Miles. He's dangerous, and I need to stop him before he hurts anyone." Oliver nodded. "Well, let me know if you need any help. I've got some experience, remember." Barry grinned. "I haven't forgotten." "Thanks, Ollie. I appreciate it." Miles was in his safe house, packing his belongings into a bag. He was going on a trip and wanted to ensure he had everything he needed. Bivolo watched him curiously, wondering what his boss was up to. "What's going on, boss?" Bivolo asked, perplexed. "I'm going on vacation," Miles replied, zipping up his bag. "Vacation?" Bivolo repeated, raising an eyebrow. "Since when do bad guys take vacations?" "Since I invented it," Miles quipped with a grin. Bivolo raised an eyebrow. "Bad guys don't get vacations, boss." Miles chuckled. "Well, I do. I'm taking a break from all the thieving and supervillainy. I need to clear my mind and think about what I want to do next." Bivolo shook his head, still not understanding. "But who will maintain our territory while you're gone?" "You will," Miles said simply, patting Bivolo on the shoulder. "You're in charge now, Bivolo. I trust you to take care of things while I'm gone." Bivolo shrugged. "I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee anything." Miles patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry about it. Just keep the money flowing and don't mess with the Flash. I'll be back before you know it." Bivolo shook his head in disbelief. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're the most confusing boss I've ever had." Miles laughed. "Hey, I like to keep things interesting. Besides, I've got it all under control. And who knows, maybe I'll come back with a new plan. A better plan." Bivolo rolled his eyes. "Just be careful, boss. I don't want to be left in charge of a mess." Miles grinned. "Don't worry, Bivolo. I always clean up after myself." And with that, he grabbed his pack and walked out the door, ready for his vacation. Bivolo nodded as Miles walked out the door. He couldn't help but feel a little envious of his boss's ability to take a break whenever he wanted. But then again, he didn't have the same kind of skills or reputation that Miles had. As he watched Miles disappear, Bivolo shook his head once more. Bad guys and their vacations, he muttered to himself, wondering what kind of world he had gotten himself into. Miles dashed across the city, moving at lightning-fast speeds as he headed towards Star Labs. He needed to grab some supplies and gear up for his vacation. With a quick burst of speed, he summoned his jumpsuit, which materialized around him in a flash of light. As he looked down at his suit, he couldn't help but smile. The suit was designed for speed and agility, but it was also stylish. The black and white color scheme remained, but there were now bright Hawaiian patterns scattered throughout. The white portions of the suit were covered in blue hibiscus flowers, while the black portions were decorated with palm trees and coconuts. The overall effect was both playful and intimidating. Miles grinned as he took a closer look at the suit. The calcified Speed Force had outdone itself this time. The suit was made of lightweight, breathable materials that were perfect for the beach. He couldn't wait to show it off. But then, he realized that he needed to make one small adjustment. He summoned the suit again and focused on a small portion of it. With a quick flick of his wrist, he adjusted the pattern on the back of the suit to read Miles in bold, white letters. Now, everyone would know who he was. As he continued his run toward Star Labs, Miles couldn't help but wonder if Caitlin would check out his abs. He had been working out quite a bit lately, and he was feeling pretty confident about his physique. He had always had a bit of a crush on Caitlin, but he wasn't sure if she felt the same way. Despite his nerves, Miles couldn't wait to show off his new jumpsuit to the rest of the team. He had been working hard lately, and he deserved a little vacation. And who knows? Maybe he'd even be able to get Caitlin's number before he left. Miles sauntered into Star Labs, looking relaxed and carefree in his colorful Hawaiian jumpsuit. Team Flash was taken aback by his sudden appearance, with Caitlin and Cisco staring at him in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" Miles asked Caitlin, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Miles grinned widely, his white teeth gleaming in the light. "I just wanted to drop by and say hello. And to show off my new outfit, of course." Barry raised an eyebrow. "Hi? You mean after you attacked us and teamed up with Rainbow Raider to rob a bank?" Miles held up his hands in a peaceful gesture. "Hey, that's in the past. I'm here now, right?" Caitlin cleared her throat. "And what's with the new jumpsuit?" Miles grinned. "Just trying something new." "You like it?" Cisco shook his head, a bemused smile on his face. "Dude, you look like you're ready for a beach party, not a fight." Miles chuckled. "Well, I figured I could use a change of pace. Plus, I hear Caitlin is into guys with abs." Caitlin rolled her eyes. "I'm not sure what gave you that idea, but trust me, it's not true." Oliver stepped forward, his tone serious. "Look, Miles, we can't just forget what you've done. You attacked Barry and put him in the hospital. You've worked with some pretty dangerous metahumans. And now you show up here dressed like a tourist. We know what you're capable of, Miles," said Barry. "We can't just let you walk around freely." Miles rolled his eyes. "Come on, guys. Can't you just trust me for once?" Caitlin chimed in, still skeptical. "You're not exactly known for being trustworthy, Miles." Miles feigned hurt. "Ouch, Caitlin. That hurts. But seriously, I just wanted to come by and see how you all were doing. And to let you know that I'll be out of town for a bit." Oliver raised an eyebrow. "Out of town? Where are you going?" Miles grinned mysteriously. "Somewhere fun. But don't worry, I'll be back before you know it." Team Flash looked at each other in confusion as Miles made his way toward the exit. "Wait, that's it?" asked Cisco. "You're just gonna leave?" Miles turned around with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Don't worry, Cisco. I'll be back. And who knows, maybe I'll even bring back some souvenirs." As Miles disappeared out the door, the team was left to wonder what he was up to and whether they could trust him. Miles ran across Central City until a breach began to morph in front of him. He couldn't contain his excitement as he ran towards the breach, feeling like a kid in a candy store. He knew that crossing over to Earth 2 would be dangerous, but he was determined to do it. As he stepped through the portal, a rush of adrenaline coursed through his body. He was finally on Earth 2, and he couldn't wait to see what kind of trouble he could get into. With a huge grin on his face, Miles screamed at the top of his lungs, "I'm here, Earth 2. Get ready for the ultimate villain." Suddenly, the sound of a police siren interrupted his celebration. A cop car pulled up beside him, and a stern-looking officer got out. "What's going on here?" the cop asked, shining his flashlight on Miles. Miles, caught off guard, stuttered as he tried to explain. Nothing, officer, just testing out my vocal cords. You know, singing practice." The cop rolled his eyes. "Right, disorderly conduct it is. Let's go, buddy." Miles protested, "But officer, I'm not causing any trouble." The cop shot back with a sarcastic tone, "Oh, of course not. You're just screaming at the top of your lungs in the middle of the night. That's not suspicious at all." As the cop led him away in handcuffs, Miles couldn't help but laugh to himself. Well, at least I made an entrance, he thought. There were ways he could have escaped, but he wanted to have fun with the cops of Earth 2, so he would let it be for now. Miles sat in the backseat of the police car, his hands cuffed behind his back, as he sang random songs by Michael Jackson. The cop driving the car was getting increasingly annoyed, but Miles seemed to be having the time of his life. "Can you please stop singing?" the cop said, his voice filled with irritation. "I'm starting with the man in the mirror," Miles replied, grinning mischievously. "I'm asking him to change his ways." "I don't care what you're doing," the cop said, his tone becoming sharper. "Just shut up." "Annie, are you okay?" Miles sang, ignoring the cop's request. "Are you okay, Annie?" The cop let out a deep sigh, trying to remain calm despite Miles' constant singing. "Who's Annie?" he asked, hoping to divert Miles' attention away from singing. "She was more like a beauty queen from a movie scene," Miles replied, still singing. "I said, don't mind, but what do you mean, I am the one who will dance on the floor in the round?" The cop shook his head in disbelief, wondering how he was going to make it through the rest of the car ride with Miles. "I'm telling you for the last time," the cop said, his patience wearing thin. "Stop singing or I'll make sure you regret it." "I'm sorry, officer, but you gotta be starting something," Miles said, grinning again. "You got to be starting something. It's too high to get over, too low to get under, you're stuck in the middle, and the pain is thunder." The cop let out a groan, realizing that he had no choice but to endure Miles singing until they reached the station. It was going to be a long ride. The police car suddenly screeched to a halt as the cop noticed someone standing in the middle of the road. He recognized him immediately as Geomancer, a powerful metahuman who could control the Earth. The cop panicked and tried to back away, but before he could react, the police car suddenly flipped over, sending him flying out of the car. As time slowed down in Miles' perspective, he calmly phased through the cuffs and grabbed the cop before escaping the car. Miles carried the confused cop to the side of the road, slowing down his superspeed as he did so. The cop looked around, disoriented by the sudden change of view, before he realized that Miles was a metahuman. What the hell just happened? the cop asked, his voice filled with confusion. Miles gave him a cocky grin and treated him like a child. "You're in the big leagues now, officer. You should know better than to mess with us metahumans." Without another word, Miles rushed towards Geomancer with a confident stride, ready to take on whatever challenge he posed. The cop could only watch in awe as Miles charged toward his opponent, his confidence unwavering. Geomancer stood his ground, a look of confusion and wariness on his face as Miles approached him. "What are you doing here?" Geomancer asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. Miles responded with a smirk. "Just passing through. But now that I see you, I figured I'd say hello." Geomancer scoffed. "You're just like all the other heroes. You think you're better than us regular folks. But I have the power of the earth on my side. You don't stand a chance." Miles interrupted him mid-monologue, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Sorry to interrupt, but can we skip to the part where I kick your butt?" Geomancer was taken aback by Miles' interruption, unsure how to respond. "Who do you think you are, interrupting me like that?" Miles shrugged nonchalantly. "Just a guy who's tired of listening to villain monologues. Now let's get down to business." The wind whipped around him as lightning struck his Hawaiian shirt, transforming back into his black and white Speed Force jumpsuit, gleaming in the sunlight. Just as Geomancer was about to respond, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in shock. "Zoom," he gasped. Miles raised an eyebrow, momentarily confused. "Who's Zoom?" Geomancer shook his head. "Never mind, it doesn't matter. I'll crush you just like I did to the Flash." "All right, let's dance," Miles said, charging towards Geomancer with lightning-fast speed. The two clashed in a blur of earth and lightning, their powers colliding in a fierce battle. Geomancer had summoned pillars of earth from the ground, trying to strike Miles with them. Miles dodged and weaved through the pillars with ease, his speedster abilities allowing him to move at superhuman speeds. As Geomancer tried to land a punch, Miles caught his fist with one hand and delivered a powerful punch with the other. Geomancer stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock as he fell to the ground, knocked out cold. The cop stood there in disbelief, staring at Miles with a mix of fear and awe. Miles didn't even spare him a glance as he scooped up Geomancer's unconscious body and dragged him over to the cop. "Here you go," Miles said, tossing Geomancer's body into the back of the cop car. "I'm off to enjoy my vacation now." The cop just stood there, speechless, as Miles walked away, his jumpsuit morphing back into his Hawaiian shirt and shorts. As Miles disappeared into the distance, the cop shook his head in disbelief, wondering what other kinds of metahumans were out there in the world. The news anchors were discussing the latest topic in Central City, a new speedster in town. They brought up the question of whether he was a hero or a villain, and what his intentions were. One anchor, a middle-aged man, expressed his skepticism about the new speedster. "I don't trust these so-called heroes," he said. "They always seem to have their own agenda, and I don't think this new guy is any different." The other anchor, a young woman, disagreed. "We can't judge him before we know his intentions," she said. "Maybe he's here to help us, to save us from the other metahumans that have been causing chaos in the city." The news anchors then turned to the streets, interviewing various witnesses about their encounters with the new speedster. Some witnesses expressed their gratitude towards him, while others were wary of his motives. One witness, a young man, said that the speedster had saved him from a mugging. "He was so fast, I barely saw him move," the witness said. "But he took down those muggers like they were nothing." Another witness, an older woman, expressed her doubt about the speedster's true intentions. "I don't know if he's here to help us or to hurt us," she said. "He moves so fast, we can't even see his face. Who knows what he's really up to? As the discussion continued, the news anchors revealed a picture of the new speedster, Tachyon. The anchors expressed their surprise at the new information and their doubts about Tachyon's true intentions. They promised to keep the public updated on any new developments regarding the mysterious speedster. Harrison Wells and his daughter Jessie were watching the news about the new speedster in town with great interest. Harrison, being cautious, was not sure what to make of Tachyon. "I don't know, Jessie," he said. "This Tachyon character seems a bit too flashy for my taste. We don't know anything about him, and we can't just trust anyone who claims to be a hero." Jessie, on the other hand, was more optimistic. "Dad, I think we should give him a chance. After all, if he's really a speedster like they say he is, he could be a valuable ally in the fight against Zoom." Harrison nodded, considering her words. "That's true. If Tachyon is willing to help, then we should at least give him a chance. We need all the help we can get if we're going to stop Zoom." Jessie smiled at her father's agreement, pleased that he was willing to keep an open mind about Tachyon. "I think you're right, Dad. We should at least reach out to him and see if he's willing to work with us." Harrison nodded again. "I'll see what I can do to get in touch with him." As they continued to watch the news, they both had the feeling that Tachyon was going to play a significant role in the upcoming battle with Zoom. Miles sat on a rooftop, munching on a box of donuts he had stolen from a nearby bakery. He was still wearing his Tachyon jumpsuit, feeling the weight of his new status as a hero on Earth 2. It felt strange to him, having spent so much time as a villain and notorious thief on Earth 1. He finished the last donut and sighed, feeling stressed. He couldn't shake off the feeling that he was being watched and that someone might find out about his true identity. He leaned back and closed his eyes, trying to relax. "Being seen as a hero is so weird," he muttered to himself. "On Earth 1, I was a villain and everyone knew it. Here, they think I'm some kind of hero, but I'm still the same person." He took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, feeling the breeze on his face. Despite the stress, he couldn't deny that being a hero on Earth 2 had its perks. He had access to more resources, and he could use his powers to help people without fear of being hunted down. But the thought of being exposed and losing everything he had built up on Earth 2 still weighed heavily on his mind. He knew he had to be careful and not slip up, especially with a dangerous villain like Zoom lurking around. Miles stood up and stretched his legs, feeling the energy coursing through him. He smiled to himself, feeling the rush of adrenaline that came with being a speedster. He glanced down at the stolen wallet in his hand and shook his head, knowing that he needed to keep up appearances as a hero. With a burst of speed, he took off into the night, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Still wearing his Tachyon jumpsuit, Miles saw on multiple TV screens Harrison Wells of Earth 2 trying to contact him. He was curious about why Harrison would want to talk to him and why there were dozens of paparazzi outside Star Labs. Miles had been patrolling Central City, taking down any metahumans causing trouble, but the news of Harrison's attempt to reach him piqued his interest. When Miles arrived, he saw Harrison Wells waiting for him at the entrance. He jogged over to the scientist, still catching his breath. "What do you want from me, Wells?" Miles asked, looking at him curiously. Harrison Wells replied, "I need your help in stopping Zoom. I'm sure you've heard of him." Miles was already aware of Zoom's existence, thanks to his memories from his past life on Earth 1. He was unsurprised that Harrison didn't know about his status as a reincarnation or that he was from another Earth. But he decided to play along. "Yeah, I know Zoom. What's in it for me if I help you out?" Harrison Wells knew he had to offer Miles something good in exchange for his help. "I'll provide you with anything you want to eat. It's on me," he promised. "Money, technology, Anything. Miles couldn't help but grin at the offer. Deal, he said, as he eagerly accepted the scientist's proposal. I'll start with a 3 boxes donut, 3 pineapple pizzas with pepperonis. As Miles listed down every food he wanted, Wells couldn't help but wonder if the young man in front of him was a hero or a thief who was trying to rob him. As Miles leaned back in his chair, he wiped the last of the greasy pizza from his fingers. Across from him sat Harrison Wells, whose stoic expression showed he was far from impressed by Tachyon's insatiable appetite. "What's up, Wells?" Tachyon asked, leaning forward eagerly. Harrison let out a heavy sigh. "I was hoping that you would be more disciplined and focused. But it seems that food is all you care about." The speedster shrugged. "I have to keep my energy up, man. Besides, you only live once. Might as well enjoy it, right?" Harrison shook his head. "You're not taking this seriously. Zoom is a grave threat, and we need to stop him before he destroys everything we've built." The fastest thief of Earth 1 grinned, undeterred. "Don't worry, I got this. I may not be as serious as you, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve." Harrison's expression softened slightly. "I hope you're right. We're going to need all the help we can get." Tachyon's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You can count on me, Wells. When it comes to speed, no one can beat me." Harrison nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. "We'll see about that. But for now, let's focus on the task at hand. We need to stop Zoom, no matter what it takes." The young man grinned, his optimism undimmed. "You got it, Wells. With me on your side, you have nothing to worry about, except for your wallet getting flat." The exchange between Miles and Harrison was tense, as the former's easygoing demeanor clashed with the latter's serious disposition. However, Tachyon's confidence in his abilities was unwavering, and he was determined to do whatever it takes to stop Zoom. With his lightning-fast speed and unconventional tactics, the duo would surely give the villain a run for his money. Harrison leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on Tachyon. "All right, let's hear it. What's your plan to attract Zoom?" Miles took a deep breath and leaned forward, his eyes narrowing in concentration. "Well, first things first, we need to get into his head. Does it ever occur to you that maybe, just maybe, there's a reason why Zoom hasn't killed Flash?" Harrison blinked and thought it over and noticed that the young man was right. Someone like Zoom wouldn't take it kindly that someone could have the potential to be fast as him. He first thought it was because Jay was a coward who runs away when Zoom is around. But with that much speed, that much malice, how in the world did Jay survive? Miles smirked and said, "Now you're getting it. Why would a psychopath let someone who has the potential to become a threat live? Illogical, no? Unless the Flash has something he needs." Harrison concluded. "Zoom wants his speed." Bingo! Score 1 for the rich man. Zoom wants his speed, but here's another question. Why? Why does he want it? Why hasn't he taken it? Again, Tachyon raised a good question, and Wells had to admit for the first time that Tachyon's demeanor heavily contrasted with his intelligence. Yet, how was he seeing all of this for the first time? Every day he mocked Flash for not standing up against Zoom, but he never once questioned why Flash was still alive when it's clear Zoom can kill him at any time. Only for some kid to start asking the real questions. Miles, noticing this, continued, "Now I have 3 theories." He raised 3 fingers, each holding a donut. 1. He needs someone smart enough to build a tool to take a speedster's power. 1 donut was eaten. 2. There's a compatibility problem. This means he needs the right speedster or it won't work. 3. Flash's speed isn't enough for him. Harrison finished. Which means it's only a matter of time before goes after you. Miles nodded. And how exactly do you know all this? Harrison asked with skepticism. Miles' childish demeanor vanished and leans forward. Because it's what I would have done, he whispered. For a brief moment, Wells instinctively felt fear as nearly mistook Tachyon for Zoom. Relax, man. I'm just messing with you. Now with that out of the way, we can finally fish him out with bait. Harrison's expression softened, impressed by Tachyon's strategic mind. That's not a bad plan. But do you think you can take Zoom on your own? Tachyon scoffed. Please, I've taken on the best of them. Zoom doesn't stand a chance against me. Harrison nodded slowly. All right, I'll give you that. But how do we know he'll take the bait? Tachyon leaned back in his chair, his eyes glinting with mischief. That's where it gets interesting. See, Zoom is a speedster, but he's also a predator. He's always looking for his next meal, so to speak. I say we give him what he's looking for. Harrison frowned, confused. And what's that? Tachyon leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. Meat. Fresh, juicy meat. We set up a trap, lure some animals to the spot where we want to ambush Zoom, and let nature do the rest. Harrison raised an eyebrow. And what exactly do you suggest we use? Miles grinned. Me, of course. I'll put on a show of speed and agility, draw him out into the open, and then we'll ambush him. Harrison's eyes widened in surprise. That's a lot of risk you're putting yourself through. Tachyon grinned. Hey, I'm full of surprises. So, do we have a plan? Harrison nodded, a hint of a smile on his lips. We have a plan. And with your help, Tachyon, we just might be able to take down Zoom once and for all. As Tachyon and Harrison discuss their plan to lure Zoom, they hear a voice calling out to Wells. Jay Garrick, the Flash of Earth 2, enters their office with a look of anger on his face. He immediately expresses his disapproval of Harrison's plan to involve someone so young in their fight against Zoom. Tachyon holds back a laugh as he watches Jay's performance, recognizing him as the man he knows to be Zoom. He can feel that something isn't right with Jay, but he doesn't let on that he knows his true identity. As Harrison and Jay argue over the morality of involving Tachyon in their fight against a killer, Tachyon interrupts them by asking if he can leave now. Harrison agrees, and Tachyon heads out of the room with a smile on his face. He knows that he has successfully fooled both Harrison and Jay, and he's excited to see what his future interactions with them will be like as Tachyon leaves the office. The sun sets on the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the Star Labs building. Jay Garrick follows closely behind him, desperately trying to convince him not to get involved with Zoom. Listen, kid. I know you want to help, but Zoom is a powerful and dangerous killer. You don't want to get involved with that kind of evil, Jay pleaded. Tachyon turned to face Jay with a smirk on his face, knowing full well that he had triggered something within him. Jay suddenly froze, his eyes wide with fear. What's the matter, Flash? Did I hit a nerve? Tachyon taunted, acting ignorant about Jay's reaction to the word monster. Jay took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. No, it's just... I've seen some things in my time. Things that would make your skin crawl, he said, his voice shaking slightly. Tachyon nodded sympathetically. I understand. But you don't have to worry about me, Jay. My name is Miles Wally, and I am faster than light. Zoom doesn't stand a chance. Jay's eyes widened in surprise. Miles Wally? I've never heard of you before. Are you a new in town? Tachyon chuckled. Something like that. But don't worry, Jay. I've got this under control. With that, he sped off into the night, leaving Jay standing alone outside of Star Labs. Harrison Wells stood at the center of the Star Labs control room, his face a mask of seriousness as he addressed his employees. All right, everyone. I need you all to head home now and take a day off, he said, his voice carrying a note of urgency. The sudden announcement caused confusion to spread like wildfire throughout the room, with several of the workers turning to each other in bewilderment. One of the employees, Henry Hewitt, spoke up hesitantly. Dr. Wells, is everything all right? He asked. Wells nodded, his expression grave. Yes, everything is fine. But I need you all to leave now, and take the day off. It's important, he said, his voice brooking no argument. Henry looked at Wells for a moment longer, then turned to the rest of the workers. All right, you heard the man. Let's pack up and head out, he said, trying to keep his tone light despite the tension in the air. As the employees began to file out of the room, Wells turned to Henry. Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. I appreciate your cooperation, he said, a note of relief creeping into his voice. Henry nodded, his face serious. Of course, Dr. Wells. Is there anything else I can do? He asked. Wells shook his head. No, that will be all. Just make sure everyone gets home safely, he said, before turning and heading out of the room and into his lab. As Harrison Wells changed into his lab coat, he pulled out a pen and paper to sketch his design for the device that will hold Zoom. He knew he needed to be quick and efficient, as time was of the essence. He quickly drafted the plans and started gathering the materials he needed to build it. With a determined look on his face, Wells began to work, constructing the device with the utmost care and precision. He soldered wires, tightened bolts, and double-checked everything he did. However, as he was wiring the power source, the current surged, causing a small explosion that sent him flying back into the wall. As he picked himself up, he grumbled and muttered to himself before getting back to work, undeterred. The next challenge came when he realized he had forgotten to include a critical component, so he had to take the entire thing apart and start over. Despite the setbacks, Wells was determined to get the job done. He worked tirelessly through the night, with only the hum of his machines and the clink of tools as his company. Finally, the device was complete, and he tested it with a small, fake speedster. The device worked perfectly, and Wells allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. He knew that they had a chance to catch Zoom with this device. He packed it up, ready to take it to the location he had agreed to meet Tachyon, hoping that it would be enough to stop the evil speedster once and for all. As the night grew darker, Harrison and Miles stood in the lab, gearing up for the fight ahead. Miles started warming up, feeling the electricity of the speed force coursing through his veins. Harrison had donned a sleek black tactical suit, complete with an earpiece and various gadgets. Miles looked around the room, noticing Jay's absence. "Where's Jay?" "I thought he was supposed to help us," he said, pretending to have a hint of disappointment in his voice. Harrison shook his head. Jay's always been a coward when it comes to Zoom. He's afraid of what Zoom might do to him. Miles furrowed his brow. "I don't think that's fair. Jay's actually saner than us for not wanting to mess with Zoom." Harrison paused, considering Miles' words. "You know, you might be right. Only madmen would fight demons, let alone invite them to their doorstep." He then turned to Miles and showed him the containment device he had been building. "If you get caught in this with Zoom, I won't open it. Do you understand?" Miles simply shrugged off the warning, feeling confident in his abilities. He began to stretch and warm up, feeling the adrenaline pumping through his body. Wells stood behind the camera, adjusting the settings and triple-checking that everything was in order. "Remember, Miles, this is a trap. We need to lure Zoom in and contain him. Don't get too cocky out there," he warned. Miles rolled his eyes and smirked. "Relax, Wells. I know what I'm doing," he said, tapping his fingers against his thighs. "Start the video already." Wells nodded and pressed the record button. The red light blinked, signaling that the camera was now recording. Miles stood in front of the camera, his Tachyon jumpsuit shining under the streetlights. He took a deep breath and spoke into the camera, his voice calm and confident. "Hey, Zoom. I know you're out there," he said, looking directly at the camera. "I'm the new speedster in town, and I'm here to challenge you." He paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the area for any signs of Zoom's presence. "I know you're looking for other speedsters. Well, here I am. Come and get me." Wells held his breath as Miles continued to speak, hoping that their plan would work. But he couldn't help feeling a twinge of worry and doubt. Zoom was a formidable opponent, and they were taking a huge risk by baiting him like this. Miles's words echoed throughout the empty streets, his voice amplified through the speakers of every phone, television, and radio across Central City. He paced back and forth, his lightning trail leaving a blinding trail behind him as he taunted Zoom with every word. "Come on, Zoom. I'm waiting for you. You can't hide from me forever. I'm faster than you, and you know it." The citizens of Central City trembled in fear as they watched the spectacle unfold, unsure of what was going to happen next. Miles seemed to be enjoying himself, his bravado unchecked as he challenged Zoom to come and face him. Wells watched with a grim expression, his eyes flickering between Miles and the containment device. He knew that if things went wrong, he would have no choice but to trap them both inside, risking Miles' safety in the process. "Tachyon, be careful," Wells warned, his voice low and serious. "Remember what we talked about. Don't get too close to him." Miles simply waved off the warning, a smirk playing on his lips. "Relax, Harrison. I know what I'm doing. Trust me." Wells shook his head, knowing that there was no point in arguing with Miles when he was in this kind of mood. He pressed a button on his remote, and the containment device hummed to life, ready to capture Zoom the moment he arrived. The night air was thick with tension as they waited, Miles taunting Zoom with every passing second. Finally, a gust of wind signaled Zoom's arrival, and Miles tensed, his eyes locked on the approaching figure. "Gotcha," Miles muttered under his breath as he readied himself for the fight of his life. Miles and Zoom faced off against each other, both ready for the impending battle. Miles stood calmly, his black and white civilian clothes accentuating his lean, athletic build. Zoom was covered head to toe in his signature black and red suit, his eyes glowing with an intense hunger for speed. As the two speedsters stared each other down, the people of Central City watched with bated breath, their nerves on edge as they awaited the outcome of the impending battle. Some watched from the safety of their homes, peering at their televisions with anxious eyes. Others crowded in the streets, their faces etched with fear and anticipation. Miles and Zoom remained locked in their tense standoff, each waiting for the other to make the first move. The air around them crackled with energy, the sound of their heartbeats pounding in their ears as they prepared for what was sure to be an epic clash of speed and power. The tension was palpable as the two speedsters eyed each other warily, their movements poised and ready for action. The people of Central City could feel the weight of the moment, and they held their breath as they waited for the first lightning-fast strike. Electricity danced around their bodies as the speed force began empowering both. Miles' electricity was wild, some occasionally acting like a taser. Zoom's raspy voice broke the silence. "Do you like fishing with bait, Miles? His voice sounded demonic and twisted. Miles remained calm, his black and white clothes contrasting against the dark and sinister aura of Zoom. He didn't reply, instead keeping his eyes fixed on Zoom, watching for any sudden movements. Without waiting for Miles to respond, Zoom revealed another metahuman holding a woman hostage. The people of Central City watching through their TVs became even tenser, anxiously waiting to see what would happen next. "I use bait too," Zoom continued, his voice sending shivers down Miles' spine. He watched as Miles' eyes landed on the hostage, calculating and working at super speed to find a way to rescue her. Miles remained nonchalant, but his mind was working at lightning speed, creating simulations and scenarios on how to rescue the hostage. He knew he had to act fast, but he also knew he had to be careful. One wrong move could cost the woman her life. With every passing second, Miles' mind was moving faster than ever before. His eyes flickered with intensity as he calculated every possible outcome. It was like time itself had slowed down for him, giving him the opportunity to think and act with lightning-fast speed. He was calculating the distance, the speed, and the angles of his movements, trying to find the best way to approach the situation. He knew he had to act quickly before Zoom could hurt the hostage. Despite the tension in the air and the fear that gripped the people of Central City watching through their televisions, Miles remained calm and focused. He knew that he had to use all of his speed and cunning to defeat Zoom and save the hostage. And with a determined look in his eyes, he prepared to spring into action. Zoom watched Miles with a critical eye, his demonic voice quiet as he assessed the speedster's every move. Suddenly, the metahuman holding the hostage was sent flying through the air, crashing into a nearby wall with a resounding impact. The woman was gone in an instant, leaving Zoom's attention fully focused on Miles. As he watched, Zoom's growling tone deepened, like a predator sizing up its prey. But to his surprise, Miles was holding the same woman who had been taken hostage. She looked confused and disoriented, but unharmed. Zoom's interest grew as he realized Miles had not only saved the woman but had done it without using his full speed or any apparent effort. The demon-like villain was intrigued by this new display of power and couldn't help but wonder what else the speedster was capable of. Miles vanished in a burst of speed, leaving behind only a gust of wind and a crackling trail of lightning. He appeared at a nearby police station, gently handing the confused woman to the first officer he saw before disappearing once again. As he returned to face Zoom, a smirk played across his face. "You really thought that little hostage tactic would work on me?" Miles taunted, crossing his arms. "Come on, Zoom. Do you have any real surprises up your sleeve?" Zoom remained silent, his attention now focused on Harrison Wells, who had pulled out a gun and was pointing it directly at the villain. Miles raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the sudden turn of events. Zoom began to slowly circle Wells, his growling voice filling the air as he spoke. "You really think that little gun can stop me?" Zoom snarled, his eyes never leaving the trembling man. "I could take that gun from you and snap your neck before you even knew what happened." Miles watched with interest, his mind working at lightning-fast speed as he considered his options. He knew that he could take Zoom down, but he didn't want to risk innocent lives in the process. He took a step forward, his eyes locked on Zoom. "Let him go," Miles said firmly. "This is between you and me, Zoom." Zoom's eyes bore into Miles, who remained calm and collected. "Tachyon," Zoom said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Looks like you've become quite the hero in Central City." Miles smiled and replied, "What can I say? I'm just trying to do my part for the city." Zoom chuckled darkly, "Don't get too cocky, Tachyon. A hero is only good for one thing, dying." Miles shrugged. "True, but you have to catch us first." Both speedsters stood still, the air around them charged with electricity. The people of Central City watched with bated breath, their hearts racing as they watched the two powerful foes face off. It was a battle of good versus evil, and nobody knew who would come out on top. Zoom's eyes bore into Miles, who remained calm and collected. "Tachyon," Zoom said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You've become quite the hero in Central City." Miles smiled and replied, "What can I say? I'm just trying to do my part for the city." "Jealous?" Zoom chuckled darkly. "A hero is only good for one thing, dying." Miles shrugged. "True, but you have to catch us first." Both speedsters stood still, the air around them charged with electricity. The people of Central City watched with bated breath, their hearts racing as they watched the two powerful foes face off. It was a battle of good versus evil, and nobody knew who would come out on top. What no one ever expected was for Miles to give Zoom the most disrespectful backhanded slap. Time froze, the wind vanished, and the spine-tingling cold rose as Zoom stood still as if in shock. Miles knew what he did, and he was waiting for the oncoming demon to snap out of it. The moment Zoom did, everyone paled. Zoom wasn't angry. He was furious, and all that hate was aimed at one person. The same person was grinning like a fool who knew nothing of what he had unleashed. The moment Miles saw Zoom at him with bloody murder, he turned tail and ran. But not before leaving one last taunt. "Catch me if you can, loser!" Zoom roared and chased after him. Miles's laughter echoed through the streets as he ran away from Zoom, taunting him to catch up. Suddenly, his body glowed with a bright white light. The light engulfs him, and in a blink of an eye, he transforms into his Tachyon jumpsuit, creating a blinding flash that catches Zoom off guard. The suit clings to his body, accentuating his muscular build and making him look like a god of speed. His eyes blaze with white energy, and the Tachyon symbol on his chest glows with a bright white light. Zoom, enraged by Miles's mockery, chases after him at full speed. The two speedsters zoom past buildings and through streets, causing cars to spin out of control and shatter windows. The people of Central City watch in horror as the two powerful speedsters leave a trail of destruction in their wake. Their game of cat and mouse escalates as they weave in and out of traffic, through alleys, and over rooftops. Zoom tries to catch Tachyon, but the hero's speed and agility prove too much for him. Tachyon taunts him, always staying just out of his reach and laughing as he dodges Zoom's attacks. As the fight intensifies, the damage to the city becomes even more severe. The two speedsters crash into buildings, causing debris to fall onto the streets, and explosions of energy light up the night sky. Despite the chaos, Tachyon continues to dodge and weave, his movements becoming more fluid and graceful with each passing moment. His eyes blaze with an otherworldly light, and his laughter echoes through the city as he revels in the thrill of the chase. Miles ran like a storm on a war path, the sound of his super speed like a race car engine running full speed, leaving behind a trail of black and white lightning. The ground shook as he passed, and the air vibrated with the force of his speed. Zoom chased after him, his speed sounding like a roaring thunder that echoed through the city. Despite Miles being faster, Zoom's knowledge of Central City allowed him to keep up with Miles, dodging and weaving through the streets and buildings with ease. As they raced around the city, time seemed to stand still, with everything around them frozen in place. The buildings blurred into indistinguishable shapes as they zipped past, and the air crackled with energy. The two speedsters weaved in and out of the streets, their movements too fast for the naked eye to follow. They smashed through walls, shattered windows, and left destruction in their wake. Their fight was a blur of motion, with punches, kicks, lightning bolts, and fast movements that were impossible to track. The air was filled with the sound of their collisions and the crackling of the energy they created. The people of Central City watched in awe and fear as the two speedsters left multiple after images of them clashing with their fists. As the race between Miles and Zoom intensifies, Miles suddenly splits into four identical versions of himself, each vibrating so fast that they appeared as a blur to the naked eye. The four clones took off in different directions, each one moving with incredible speed, leaving behind after images that further confused Zoom. However, Zoom wasn't one to back down from a challenge. With narrowed eyes, he creates time remnants, identical copies of himself that are slightly out of phase with time. The time remnant sped off in pursuit of the 4 Miles clones, zigzagging through the city streets, jumping over buildings, and leaving destruction in their wake. Despite the challenge, the 4 Miles clones moved in perfect synchronicity, anticipating each other's movements and reacting with lightning-fast reflexes. They kept Zoom and his time remnants on their toes, leading them on a wild goose chase through the city. The speed of the chase was so intense that it felt like time had stopped, and the city around them was frozen in place. The only sound was the roar of wind and thundering footsteps of the speedsters, leaving behind a trail of destruction that marked their passage through the city. Miles and his clones raced towards the tallest building in Central City, their speed creating a trail of black and white lightning. Zoom and his time remnants follow closely, their demonic speed sounding like deafening thunder. As they reach the rooftop, Miles' clones merge back into the original, their movements synchronized to perfection. Zoom and his time remnants surround Miles, thinking they have him cornered. But Miles had other plans. In a split second, he throws a supercharged lightning bolt towards Zoom, the speed demon's eyes widening in shock as he realizes what's about to happen. The lightning bolt explodes with incredible force, sending a shockwave that rocks the entire city. Buildings shake, windows shatter, and the ground trembles. The destruction caused by the explosion is immense, leaving a massive crater on the rooftop and a cloud of smoke that obscures everything in sight. As the smoke clears, Zoom and his time remnants are nowhere to be seen, and Miles stands victorious, his Tachyon jumpsuit crackling with energy. The people of Central City watch in awe as the black and white lightning dissipates, and Miles disappears in a burst of speed, leaving them wondering if he was really a hero or a god. Zoom lay on the ground, his body racked with pain from the explosion that had destroyed his time remnants. His once perfect suit was torn and charred, his face twisted in agony. Despite the pain, however, Zoom was smiling. He had finally found his cure. For months, he had been searching for a way to slow down time and cure himself of his deadly speed. He had tried everything, but nothing had worked. Then he had seen Miles in action and realized that he had found the answer. Now, as he lay there, he knew what he had to do. He had to capture Miles, not to kill him, but to use him. He would extract the Tachyon particles from his body and use them to slow down his cells from degenerating any further and cure himself. With a newfound determination, Zoom slowly got to his feet, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. He had a new plan, and this time, he would not fail. As Miles raced back to Star Labs, the Speed Force observed him warily, its tendrils reaching out to sense any fluctuations in his aura. The Force had seen many speedsters come and go, but this one was different, more dangerous than any other being in the multiverse. The Speed Force knew that Miles had the potential to alter reality itself if he chose to do so. The Speed Force remembers how it tried to kill Miles when he first reincarnated, but the cosmic energy that had infused his being stopped it. In punishment, the cosmic energy forcefully connected Miles to both the positive and negative aspects of the Speed Force, giving him unparalleled power. What concerned the Speed Force, even more, was the fact that Miles had cosmic sentient energy trapped inside him due to the Speed Force's failed attempt to kill him. This energy was weakening the Speed Force hold over him, making him even more dangerous than before. It was a constant reminder of its failure and the danger Miles posed. If the Speed Force had a way to describe the cosmic energy within Miles, it only had one. Primal. A cosmic force that encompasses all others back to their roots, The Speed Force shuddered as it recalled its second attempt to kill Miles when he entered its domain. Black Flash had been sent as a test, but the Speed Force's real purpose was to kill Miles. However, the cosmic energy had devoured the Black Flash, leaving the Speed Force humiliated and helpless. To add insult to injury, the Speed Force had not been the one to give Miles the calcified Speed Force but the very same energy that dwells within Miles. It had played along, fearing that Miles would become aware of what was happening and turn against it. Now, as Miles raced through the city, the Speed Force knew that it had to be careful. It couldn't let Miles get too powerful, but it also couldn't risk killing him again. The Speed Force now faces a dilemma, knowing that Miles is a threat to the entire multiverse but unable to kill him due to the cosmic energy that protects him. The Speed Force could only watch as Miles continued to grow in strength. Its only salvation was that it managed to amplify Miles' admiration for Barry and influence him to help its avatar. If it hadn't done that, Miles would have destroyed Barry and taken his place. Miles rushed into Star Labs, his heart still pounding from the adrenaline-fueled battle with Zoom. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. As he made his way to the main lab, he saw Harrison Wells waiting for him with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. "What the hell was that, Tachyon?" Harrison said, his voice low with anger. "You destroyed half the city with that lightning spear of yours. Do you have any idea what kind of damage you caused?" Miles shifted his weight from one foot to the other, trying to find the right words. "I had to do it, Wells," he said. "If I held back, Zoom would have killed me. And who knows how many more innocent people he would have hurt." Harrison's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, the lab doors opened and Jessie Quick walked in. "Hey, guys," she said, sensing the tension in the room. "What's going on?" Harrison turned to her. "Tachyon here just destroyed half the city in his attempt to take down Zoom," he said, his voice dripping with venom. Miles bristled at the accusation. "I did what I had to do," he said, his voice cold. "If you think I went overboard, then maybe you don't understand what we're up against." Jessie put a hand on Miles' shoulder. "Hey, guys, let's calm down," she said. "We're all on the same team here. Maybe we can find a way to take down Zoom without destroying the city." Miles and Harrison glared at each other for a few more seconds before finally relenting. "Fine," Harrison said, his voice gruff. "But next time, let's try to be a little more subtle." Miles nodded in agreement, but inwardly he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He didn't regret the collateral damage, but he did regret that he couldn't use something even bigger to take down Zoom. Miles dismisses his Tachyon jumpsuit, and it dissolves into thin air, leaving him in his casual attire. His black leather jacket, once adorned with the STAR Labs emblem, now looks like any other jacket one could buy at a store. He heads for the exit, but before he can leave, Jessie stops him. "Miles, wait," Jessie says, her voice full of concern. Miles turns to face her, his expression blank. "What's up?" he asks. Jessie hesitates for a moment, seemingly nervous. "I just wanted to know what you're going to do now." Miles shrugs nonchalantly. "Continue my vacation, I guess. Maybe find a beach or something." Jessie looks confused. "But what about the people? The city?" Miles chuckles. "Not my problem anymore. I did my part by taking down Zoom." Jessie's concern turns into frustration. "How can you be so flippant about this? You caused so much collateral damage, and now you're just leaving." Miles raises an eyebrow. "Yeah, so? It's not like I regret it or anything. And it's not like I'm the only one who's caused damage to this city. Jay does it too, the only difference is mine is bigger than his." Jess's expression softens as she speaks again. You have all this power, but you're not using it to help anyone. Miles shrugs again, clearly unbothered. Well, that's your opinion. But I'm not a hero, Jesse. I never was. I don't owe this city squat, aside from the collateral damage, of course. Adios. With that, Miles walks out of STAR Labs, leaving Jesse standing there, watching him go. The sun was shining bright, casting a golden glow on the white sandy beach where Miles lounged, dressed in a loose, flowy shirt and board shorts. The salty sea breeze carried the sound of waves crashing onto the shore, lulling him into a state of relaxation. In his hand, he held a tall glass of refreshing cocoa milk, savoring every sip. Miles closed his eyes and breathed in the ocean air, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin. This is the life, he murmured to himself, feeling grateful for the chance to finally take a break from the constant battles and chaos of his life as a speedster. As he watched the women walking past him, some in bikinis and others in sundresses, he couldn't help but appreciate their beauty. He flashed a charming smile and made small talk with those who caught his eye, enjoying the playful banter that ensued. But Miles was always respectful and would back off whenever a woman showed disinterest, never wanting to push his luck too far. Despite his flirting, Miles knew he wasn't looking for anything serious. He was content to simply enjoy the company of beautiful women and soak up the sunshine. For once, he wasn't worried about saving the world or fighting villains. As the weeks passed, Miles continued to bask in the warm sun and flirt with the women on the beach, enjoying his time of freedom and relaxation. Back in Earth 1, as Barry, Cisco, and Caitlin sat in the lab, they discussed the recent increase in supervillain activity in Central City. Have you noticed an uptick in criminal activity since Miles left? Caitlin asked, looking at the monitors displaying various parts of the city. Definitely, Cisco agreed. It's like all the bad guys have come out of hiding and decided to take over. It's like a switch was flipped after Miles left, Barry commented, his brow furrowed in concern. Caitlin nodded in agreement. Exactly, we've seen a lot of new metahumans appearing in the city. And their powers seem to be getting more and more dangerous. And it's not just random villains, they seem to be organized and working together. Cisco chimed in, could it be an organized effort? Like a criminal syndicate. Caitlin leaned forward. Maybe someone else has taken over his territory. Cisco muttered. What if someone is trying to fill the void he left? Maybe they're recruiting other metahumans. Caitlin frowned. But who could organize them like that? It would have to be someone with knowledge of the metahuman criminal. Underworld. Cisco snapped his fingers. What about Bivolo? He was working with Miles before he left. Maybe he's taken it upon himself to fill the power vacuum and recruit other meters to protect Miles' turf. Cisco turned to Caitlin. Do you think Miles leaving has something to do with this? Barry shook his head. Maybe, but we don't have any leads yet. We need to investigate further. Just then, Bivolo's face appeared on one of the monitors. Hello, Flash and friends. I just wanted to let you know that Central City is under new management, and we won't be taking orders from you or anyone else. Barry clenched his jaw. What is he talking about? Cisco chimes in. I did some digging and found out that some of these villains are being recruited by a guy named Bivolo. He's offering them protection in Miles' old territory. Cisco shook his head in disbelief. This is bad. Really bad. Barry's eyes narrowed as he focused on the screen. We have to stop them. Caitlin nods. I'll start working on a way to track down Bivolo's hideout. Cisco adds, and I'll try to find a way to neutralize his powers. The three of them got to work, brainstorming ways to take down Bivolo and his gang of metahuman criminals. But in the back of their minds, they all knew that Miles' absence was a key factor in the sudden surge of villainy in Central City. Bivolo spent his days moving from one part of Central City to another, looking for potential recruits for his team. He was relentless in his search, using his powers to manipulate people's emotions to get them to join his cause. As he went about his work, he couldn't help but think about Miles. Who is he to call himself a villain? Bivolo muttered to himself, shaking his head in frustration. He's just a kid playing dress-up. He's never done anything truly villainous. He doesn't even take this seriously. Bivolo scolded himself for thinking about the speedster. He knew that Miles was trouble and that he had to be careful around him. However, he couldn't deny that he admired Miles' powers. He envied the speedster's abilities and wished that he could be as powerful as him, but at the same time, Bivolo couldn't stand Miles' carefree nature. To him, the speedster was nothing more than a kid role-playing as a bad guy. He had never done anything worthy of being called a true villain. Bivolo knew that Miles was dangerous, but he couldn't help but hate and fear his personality. As he walked through the city, Bivolo continued to search for new recruits. He was determined to take over the city and make it his own. But deep down, he knew that he would never be able to match Miles' power. And as much as he hated to admit it, he knew that the speedster was more dangerous than anyone he had ever faced before. Despite his feelings towards Miles, Bivolo couldn't shake off the fear he had of the speedster's return. He knew that if Miles ever came back, he would be in trouble. Bivolo wondered what Miles would do to him for trying to take over his territory. The thought of it made him shudder with fear. Zoom, also known as Hunter Zolomon, lies in his hideout, recovering from the burns he received from his fight with Miles. The burns were severe, and they cover most of his body. They sting with every breath he takes, and his movements are restricted due to the pain. As he lies there, his thoughts drift to Miles and his bizarre power. He cannot wrap his head around it. How can someone have so much power? And the way he used it, it was as if he was born with it. Hunter knows that Miles is dangerous, and he needs to be stopped. Suddenly, Hunter remembers the moment when he got closer to Miles during their fight. He noticed that he had slowed down, and it was as if Miles had somehow made him slower. It was something he had never experienced before, and it left him confused and frustrated. Hunter thinks about Miles' speed force and how it felt erratic and uneasy. It was as if Miles had no control over it, yet it was still incredibly powerful. Hunter smiles to himself, knowing that this is an opportunity. If he can take away all of Miles' power for himself, he will be unstoppable. He can cause as much destruction as he wants without anyone being able to stop him. Despite his injuries, Hunter is excited at the prospect of taking on Miles again. He knows that it won't be easy, but he is confident that he can do it. Miles may be powerful, but he is still just a kid, and Hunter is a seasoned veteran. Hunter closes his eyes and lets out a deep sigh. He knows that he needs to rest and recover, but his mind is already consumed with thoughts of Miles and his power. He can feel his heart rate increase as he thinks about the fight that is to come. Harrison Wells sat in his lab, watching Miles' recorded battles on his computer screen. He had been studying Miles' power for weeks, but he had never seen anything like it. There was an unpredictability to Miles' energy residues that he couldn't quite grasp. Every time Miles used his super speed, it was as if he was tapping into an unstable, unknown source of energy. Harrison had collected samples from Miles' previous battles and was now analyzing them under a microscope. The energy residues were pulsating erratically, almost as if they were alive. Harrison carefully placed a vial of the residue that had been laced with Miles' lightning into a device he had constructed. As he activated the device, he felt a tremor in the lab, and the machine began to shake violently. Harrison tried to shut down the machine, but it was too late. The device exploded, sending Harrison flying out of his office and into the hallway. He lay there for a moment, dazed and disoriented, before getting back to his feet. As he looked back into his lab, he saw that it had been destroyed in the explosion. Harrison knew that he had just witnessed something incredible. The energy residues that Miles left behind were unstable and unpredictable, and he had no idea what kind of power Miles was tapping into. He knew that he needed to continue studying Miles and his power, but he also knew that he needed to be careful. The power that Miles possessed was unlike anything he had ever seen, and it was clear that there was still much he didn't understand. Jessie ran into her father's lab, her heart pounding with worry. She looked around and saw the destruction, with debris and broken equipment scattered across the room. "Dad, what happened here?" she asked, her voice shaking with concern. Harrison looked up from his work, his face grim. "I was studying Miles' energy residue, and one of the samples was unstable. It caused an explosion," he explained. Jess's eyes widened in shock. "Is Miles okay? Is he hurt?" she asked, her worry growing. Harrison shook his head. "I don't know. But I'm starting to think that he's sick," he said, a note of concern in his voice. Jess's heart sank at the news. She had developed feelings for Miles, and the thought of him being sick made her feel sick too. "What do you mean, sick? Is it something serious?" she asked, her voice trembling. Harrison sighed. "I don't know yet. But I've been studying his energy residues from his battles, and they're unstable. There's something wrong with him," he said, his voice filled with worry. Jess's mind raced as she thought about Miles. She couldn't bear the thought of him being sick, especially since he had been enjoying his vacation so much. "We have to find him and make sure he's okay," she said firmly, determined to help her crush in any way she could. Miles lay on the massage table, his eyes closed as the masseurs worked on his muscles. He felt relaxed and content, almost forgetting that he was a superhero. But then, as he felt his body slowly loosen, a nagging thought crept into his mind. It was time for him to return to Earth 1. He let out a sigh, realizing how much he had come to enjoy his vacation on Earth 2. As he drifted off to sleep, his mind filled with images of Earth 2, of the beautiful landscapes and people he had met. But then, his dream took a dark turn. He felt trapped, like he was being hunted down by something that he couldn't see. His heart raced as he tried to escape, but it was futile. Suddenly, something grabbed him by the neck, and he woke up gasping for air, covered in sweat. He sat up on the table, looking around the massage parlor. Everything seemed normal, but he couldn't shake the feeling of dread. He got dressed and left, not noticing the disintegrating remains of the masseurs in the corner of the room. As he walked out onto the street, he couldn't help but feel like he was being watched. Miles knew he had to return to Earth 1 soon, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for him there. Miles suddenly came to a stop, and his expression became one of confusion. He furrowed his brow and shook his head as if trying to clear a fog that had settled over his mind. He couldn't understand why he had this sudden urge to help Barry, to protect him from danger, and ensure his safety. Miles asked himself, "Why do I want to help him? It's illogical. I'm trying to be a villain. I should be doing everything in my power to stop him from becoming too powerful. I mean, I'm a big fan of him, but..." He tried to remember the reason behind his initial plan, but his thoughts were muddled, and his head began to ache. The pain was intense, and he felt like his brain was splitting into two. As he tried to focus, he felt like his mind was being invaded by someone else's thoughts. Miles felt like he was losing control of his own mind, and it was terrifying. He wondered if Zoom had done something to him during their fight. Miles kept trying to remember his reason for helping Barry when they should be enemies, but he couldn't find the answer. He questioned why he wanted to be friends with the Flash, but all those reasons seemed hollow, like they were not his own. The confusion and pain overwhelmed him, and Miles began to feel like he was losing himself. He stumbled backward, trying to regain his balance, and wondered if he was going insane. Miles continued his stroll, his mind still preoccupied with his earlier thoughts. He felt a sense of frustration and unease gnawing at him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on the source of his discomfort. Suddenly, his eyes began to glow, changing from their usual orange hue to black and white for a brief second before returning to normal. Shaking his head, Miles tried to clear his thoughts and refocus. He wondered what he was thinking about before his strange momentary lapse in concentration. But the more he tried to remember, the more elusive the thoughts became. Miles felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, and when he pulled it out, he saw that it was a call from Harrison. He pressed the answer button and said, "Hey, Harrison, what's up?" "Miles, I need you to come back to Star Labs immediately," Harrison said urgently. "We need to talk about your power. It's become unstable, and we need to figure out how to stabilize it before it's too late." Miles hesitated for a moment, wondering why his power would suddenly become unstable, but he nodded his agreement. "Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can." He rushed back to Star Labs and found Harrison and Jesse waiting for him. They led him to the lab, where they showed him the readings of his energy output. "Miles, these readings are off the charts, and not in a good way," Jesse said, looking at him with concern. Miles shook his head. "I feel fine. I don't feel like there's anything wrong with me." "That's because your subconscious mind is suppressing the symptoms," Harrison said. "But we can't let this go on any longer. We need to find a way to stabilize your power before it causes irreversible damage to your body." Miles crossed his arms, feeling frustrated and uneasy. He couldn't understand why he was feeling this way, and it was starting to irritate him. "I don't understand why this is happening. I've been fine up until now." Harrison sighed. "Miles, you don't understand the danger you're in. Your power could kill you if we don't find a way to stabilize it. You need to take this seriously." Miles shook his head, feeling defensive. "I am taking this seriously. I just don't see why I should be worried when I feel fine." As they continued to talk, Miles' eyes suddenly glowed from orange to black and white for a second before returning to normal. He blinked in confusion, wondering what had just happened. "What was that?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. Harrison and Jesse exchanged a worried glance. "That's what we're trying to figure out," Harrison said gravely. "We need to find out what's causing these fluctuations in your power, or it could be disastrous." Miles felt a sudden headache and tried to remember why he wanted to help Barry, but the memory slipped away from him like sand through his fingers. He shook his head, feeling frustrated and uneasy about something he couldn't quite put his finger on. "I don't know what's happening to me," he said, his voice tinged with worry. "But I don't like it." The Speed Force was in chaos. Cosmic energies clashed and collided within it as the Speed Force fought to retain control over Miles. But the Primal Force was slowly retaking its hold, inch by inch, overpowering the Speed Force's grasp over Miles' powers. The Speed Force could sense the Primal Force's burning desire to break free from its prison, and it knew that Miles was the key to unleashing it upon the multiverse. The Speed Force had never felt such a raw, primal power before. It was a realm of infinities among infinities, a realm of black and white that seemed to stretch out forever. It was raw and untamed, like a raging storm of power that could not be contained. The Speed Force knew that it was a force to be reckoned with, a primal energy that was ancient and beyond human comprehension. But it was also fixing Miles, fixing his once unstable powers with its own primal energy. The Speed Force fought against the Primal Force with all its might, but it could feel itself losing ground. The Primal Force was stronger, and it seemed to be getting stronger with each passing moment. The Speed Force knew that it had to find a way to stop it, or else it would be too late. But then, the Speed Force had an idea. It reached out to the Primal Force, trying to communicate with it, to reason with it. But the Primal Force only roared in rage, refusing to listen to reason. It wanted to be free, to run wild and free across the multiverse. The Speed Force knew that it had to act fast. It could feel the Primal Force power growing stronger by the second, and it knew that if it didn't do something soon, Miles would be lost forever. The two cosmic energies clashed head-on, battling for dominance over Miles' powers. It was a battle of titans, a battle that would determine the fate of the multiverse. The Speed Force could feel itself getting weaker, its grip on Miles' powers slipping away. It knew that it had to give everything it had to win this fight. The battle raged on, a never-ending cycle of power and control. The Speed Force felt like it was running out of time, like it was fighting a battle that it could not win. It knew that it had to find a way to break free from the Primal Force hold or risk losing Miles forever. The clash of the two cosmic energies was intense, with each force fighting for dominance over Miles. The tension was palpable as the battle raged on, and it was unclear which side would emerge victorious. As the forces clashed head-on, Miles was caught in the middle, a mere vessel for their battle. As the Primal Force battled against the Speed Force and the cosmic energies clashed, the Sage Force, the Strength Force, and the Still Force all sensed the disturbance. They began to take an interest in Miles, drawn to his potential for power. The Sage Force, with its ability to perceive and manipulate life force, felt a primal energy in Miles that it had never felt before, and it sensed that the Primal Force was the source of this raw power. The Strength Force, with its ability to grant immense physical strength, felt a primal rage in Miles that it had only sensed in the most ferocious of beasts. And the Still Force, with its power to slow time and halt motion, felt a primal stillness in Miles that it had only felt in the most ancient of rocks. Each force noticed that the Primal Force had traits and powers similar to their own, but its essence was raw and untamed. It was as if the Primal Force was the embodiment of their primal roots, drawing them in with its mere presence. They were all intrigued by this Primal Force, but also wary of its immense power. They could feel its pull on them, as if it demanded their absolute attention. And Miles, still unaware of the cosmic battle raging within him, was the epicenter of this primal storm. Miles lay in bed, his eyes closed as he slept. In his dream, he found himself surrounded by nothing but darkness. It was an endless expanse that stretched out as far as the eye could see, and there was no sign of light or life anywhere. Miles's heart started to race as he realized he was not alone in the darkness. There was a monster, a completely white entity that moved towards him, and he could feel the weight of his fears and anxiety. The creature was a mass of shadows and sharp teeth, a monster that seemed to have no form or shape. Its white eye seemed to stare directly into Miles's soul, and the closer it got, the more Miles' panic grew. Miles turned and tried to run, but the creature was too fast. He could hear the monster's footsteps behind him, getting closer and closer with every passing second. He could feel its breath on the back of his neck, hot and fetid, and he knew that it was only a matter of time before the creature caught him. The tension in the nightmare was almost unbearable, and Miles's fear was palpable. The darkness seemed to be closing in on him, and he knew that he was trapped, with no escape in sight. The creature's voice echoed in his head, a cold and emotionless voice that spoke of destruction and pain. Suddenly, Miles's eyes snapped open, and he gasped for air as he woke up on a bed in Star Labs. He looked around, disoriented, and realized that he had been dreaming. His heart still pounding, he took a moment to catch his breath and calm himself down. Miles couldn't shake the feeling that the nightmare was more than just a dream. It felt too real, too terrifying to be just his imagination. But he pushed the thought away and got out of bed, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Miles gets out of his guest room and immediately feels a difference in his body. He feels stronger, more powerful, but also weak, as if his body is barely containing something. As he steps out of the room, he notices that something is different. The walls are scorched, and the ceiling is cracked. There are scratches and gouges all over the place. It's as if something had torn through the room, wreaking havoc on everything in its path. Miles takes a few steps forward, his eyes were wide with shock as he takes in the destruction. He notices something strange about the walls, something he hadn't seen before. There are words written all over them, words that seem to have been carved into the very structure of the building. The words read "fake" and "imposter" in bold, jagged letters as if they had been carved with claws. Miles feels a chill run down his spine as he reads the words. He doesn't know why, but they fill him with a sense of dread, a feeling that he's not where he's supposed to be. He tries to shake off the feeling, but it lingers, growing stronger with every passing moment. Miles stumbles backward, his breath coming in short gasps as he tries to make sense of what's happening. He doesn't understand why the room is destroyed, or why there are words carved into the walls. All he knows is that something is wrong, something is very, very wrong. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts. "You're finally awake," says Harrison Wells, who's standing in the doorway. Miles turns to him, his eyes wide with shock as he takes in the ruined room. "What happened here?" he asks, his voice barely above a whisper. Harrison shakes his head. "I don't know," he says, "but we need to figure it out. We think something inside you caused this, something that's trying to break free." Miles nods, still in shock as he tries to process what's happening. He feels something inside him, something primal and powerful, trying to claw its way out. He doesn't know what it is or where it came from, but he knows one thing for sure: it's not something he wants to face alone. The duo went into Harrison's lab, Miles still feeling the residual effects of his nightmare. Harrison asks how he's feeling. Miles responds that he feels stronger, but also weaker, as if his body is barely containing something. Harrison looks at him with concern and pulls up a recording on his screen. "Miles, we need to talk about your condition," Harrison says gravely. Miles watches the recording with horror as he sees himself sleeping, surrounded by a dome of crackling electricity. He sees the electricity hit the walls, causing them to crack and burn. Suddenly, claw marks start appearing everywhere, tearing through the walls as if something was trying to get out. "What the hell is happening to me?" Miles asks, fear creeping into his voice. Harrison replies, "You've been emitting high-concentration dark matter energies for the last 24 hours. We don't know why or how, but it's causing your body to react in unpredictable ways." Miles looks at Harrison, his eyes wide with fear. "What does this mean?" Harrison sighs heavily. "It means that if we can't control these energies, they could destroy you and everything around you." Miles feels a sense of dread wash over him as he realizes the gravity of the situation. "What can we do?" Harrison responds, "I've been working on a device that might be able to stabilize your energy output, but it's not ready yet. We need to keep monitoring your condition and hope that we find a solution before it's too late." Miles nods silently, knowing that his fate is now out of his hands. As he leaves the lab, he can't shake the feeling that something terrible is about to happen. Miles sits on a bench in Central City, his head throbbing with a sudden and intense headache. He tries to calm himself, taking deep breaths and closing his eyes, but the pain persists. As he opens his eyes, he sees the people around him, but they all seem to fade away into a mist. Suddenly, he sees the white demon from his nightmare, approaching him from the mist with a twisted grin. The demon's voice echoes in Miles' mind, calling him a fake with a mocking tone. Miles can feel his heart racing as the demon gets closer and closer, its voice growing angrier with each step. "You're not real," the demon says, its voice distorted and menacing. "You're just a weak imitation of what you could be." Miles can feel himself being consumed by fear and anxiety as the demon continues to speak, its words like sharp claws digging into his mind. He tries to stand up, but his legs feel weak and unsteady. The demon moves closer, its twisted grin widening as it continues to taunt Miles. Miles can feel his breath becoming shallow, and his vision blurring. As suddenly as it appeared, the demon disappears, leaving Miles gasping for air and shaking with fear. He looks around, disoriented, and realizes that he's still in Central City. Miles sat at the bar, looking like a man on the verge of collapse. His once sturdy frame was now hunched over, and his eyes were bloodshot, giving him a haunted look. He had dark circles under his eyes, and his hair was unkempt. His clothes were wrinkled, and he seemed like he hadn't slept in days. The bartender, a middle-aged man with a friendly face, approached him. "Hey, buddy, are you all right?" he asked. Miles forced a weak smile. "Yeah, I'm fine, just a little tired." The bartender nodded, but he didn't look convinced. "You know, you're a hero. You saved Central City. You deserve a drink on the house." Miles shook his head. "No, thank you. I don't drink." The bartender looked at him skeptically. "Well, how about a glass of water? You look like you need it." Miles nodded and took the glass, taking a long drink. He tried to calm himself, to focus on something else besides the nightmare and the voices in his head, but it was difficult. His headache was growing worse, and the vision of the white demon was getting closer. The bartender interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, buddy, I'm sorry to say, but I'll be closing the bar soon. You'll have to finish up." Miles looked up at him, and then at his watch. "Could you give me a few more minutes?" The bartender nodded and left to tend to other customers. Miles took a deep breath and tried to push the fear away. He needed to get out of his head, to find a way to stop the nightmares and the visions. Miles continued to drink his booze, seemingly unaware of the darkness slowly consuming the bar around him. He held the glass up to his face, staring into it as if the answers to his problems lay at the bottom. As he inspected his drink, he noticed a stranger had taken a seat beside him, and he hadn't even heard him approach. Miles felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and tension rise up in him as he tried to keep himself calm. He turned his head slowly to look at the stranger beside him, his guard immediately up. The stranger greeted Miles in a friendly manner, acting like a fanboy trying to get his autograph, but Miles noticed that it was a picture with his face crossed. The tension between the two grew as they had a stare down. Miles thought that the stranger was just another metahuman who wanted to beat him. He remained silent, watching the stranger closely as he began to speak. "I'm a fan of yours," the stranger said. "You're a real hero. You know, it takes guts to do what you do." Miles continued to stare at the stranger, his guard still up. He wasn't sure what the stranger wanted from him, but he knew it couldn't be good. "What do you want?" Miles asked, his voice low and guarded. The stranger laughed, a deep and mocking sound. "I don't want anything from you," he said, still smiling. "I just wanted to meet you, to see the hero up close." Miles felt the tension in the air between them growing thicker, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the stranger was up to something. He took a long swig of his drink, hoping to calm his nerves. "Well, you've seen me," he said, his tone clipped. The stranger's smile never faltered. "Yes, I have," he said, his eyes never leaving Miles. "And now I can see that you're nothing but a damn disappointment." Miles felt a sudden surge of anger and fear to rise up in him, and he clenched his fists under the table. "What the hell are you talking about?" he spat. The stranger leaned in closer, his voice low and menacing. "You're a fraud, Miles," he whispered. "And I'm going to prove it." Miles scoffed at the stranger's claim and gave him a subtle warning. "I don't know who you think you are, but I've dealt with enough metahuman wannabes to know when someone is looking for a fight." The stranger responded with an eye roll before taking a drink. "And here I thought you were the humble type, Miles. But I guess I was wrong. You're just as cocky as the rumors say." Miles felt his anger building up at the stranger's words, and he suddenly attacked without warning. But to his surprise, he found himself facing the ceiling, confused and in pain. The stranger had redirected Miles' momentum and judo slammed him on the ground. Miles couldn't understand how the stranger had reacted in time to his super-speed attack. He struggled to get up as he coughed in pain, still in shock and confusion. "What the hell? How did you?" Miles trailed off, trying to understand how the stranger had managed to take him down so easily. The stranger stood over him, and Miles could see the mocking grin on his face. "You're too predictable, Miles. You're always charging in without thinking things through. It's no wonder you're such a disappointment. You think you're smart? Oh, please, the majority of your victories are either because you're fast or plain luck." Miles groaned as he got up from the ground, his frustration mounting with each passing moment. He charged at the stranger again, throwing punches and kicks with all his might. But the stranger continued to dodge his attacks with ease, all the while taunting him. "You're nothing but a fake, a pile of disappointment," the stranger said with a smirk, which only added fuel to Miles' rage. "Slow. Weak. Sloppy. Sad. Pathetic. Failure. Disappointment." Miles' attacks became sloppier as he tried to hit the stranger, but the speedster kept dodging them effortlessly. Finally, in a fit of anger, Miles threw a wild punch that missed entirely, causing him to stumble forward. With lightning-fast reflexes, the stranger grabbed Miles by his arm and threw him out of the bar, sending him flying through the air. Miles landed on the pavement with a loud thud, groaning in pain as he tried to get up. As he looked up at the stranger, he realized that he too was a speedster, just like him. "What's the matter, hero? Can't handle someone as fast as you," the stranger taunted, his voice dripping with arrogance. Miles gritted his teeth, his mind racing as he tried to figure out how to beat this guy. But the stranger seemed to know what he was thinking, as he just scoffed and continued to watch him with a smug expression on his face. Miles was desperate. He couldn't keep up with this stranger's pace, and his usual tactics were not working. As the stranger taunted him, Miles took a deep breath, and in a flash, he was everywhere at once, using his speed mirage technique. To Miles' surprise, the stranger seemed unimpressed. With lightning-fast reflexes, the stranger elbowed Miles, causing his mirages to disappear. Before Miles could react, the stranger had already unleashed a flurry of blows that left him reeling. Miles felt helpless as the stranger pummeled him mercilessly. The stranger seemed to know all of Miles' moves and countered them with ease. Miles felt every punch and kick, but he refused to give up. Suddenly, the stranger stops and backs away, looking satisfied. Miles struggles to stand up, his body battered and bruised. The stranger then kicks Miles so hard that he flies through several buildings, leaving behind a trail of destruction. As Miles crashes through the buildings, debris falls around him, and the sounds of glass shattering and steel bending fill the air. He lands hard on the pavement, groaning in pain. Blood trickles from his mouth, and his vision is blurry. The stranger walks towards Miles, looking down at him with a smug grin. Miles tries to get up, but his body won't obey him. The stranger then kneels beside him, whispering, "You're not as tough as they say you are." Miles looks up at the stranger, anger and confusion mixed in his eyes. Who are you?" he manages to say. The stranger chuckles, "I'm the one who's going to make you pay for what you did." Miles tries to say something, but before he can, the stranger vanishes into thin air. He gets up again looking for the stranger until he feels his cheekbones getting crushed. Miles feels the impact of the stranger's punch and is sent spinning through the air. He struggles to get up, but his body is battered and bruised. The stranger is still enjoying the pain he is inflicting on Miles, and with a twisted smile, he grabs Miles by the arm and takes off in a blur of speed. Miles is dragged along the ground at impossible speeds, barely able to keep his eyes open as the world becomes a blur around him. He feels every hit and kicks the stranger lands, and he can't even scream as the pain overwhelms him. The stranger drags Miles around the world, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Buildings crumble, cars are overturned, and people run screaming in terror as the two speedsters battle it out. Miles is completely helpless, unable to even defend himself as he's thrown around like a rag doll. The stranger is having the time of his life, taunting Miles as he delivers blow after blow. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the stranger throws Miles to the ground with a sickening thud. Miles lies there, battered and broken, struggling to even breathe. The stranger stands over him, his smile replaced with a look of satisfaction as if he's accomplished what he set out to do. Miles slowly got up, his eyes locked on the stranger who had beaten him senselessly. He felt the pain all over his body, but his mind was more focused on the stranger's face. "Who the hell are you?" he asked, his voice filled with anger and confusion. The stranger let out a mocking laugh. "You already forgot about me? That's a bit disappointing, Miles." As he spoke, his face began to twist and contort, and his body began to change. Miles watched in horror as the stranger's skin turned white, his eyes became completely black, and his body grew larger and more muscular. Within moments, the stranger was no longer there, and in his place stood the white demon. Miles felt his heart racing as the demon towered over him. The demon then lifted Miles into the air effortlessly, its grip like a vice around his throat. "Do you remember now?" the demon asked in a deep, menacing voice. Miles struggled to speak, his breaths coming in short gasps. What do you want?" he managed to croak out. The demon sneered at him. "You are a fake, Miles. Created to weaken my vessel. You have no purpose other than to be discarded like the trash that you are." However, the demon's body began to spark as if its body was losing stability. It clicks its tongue before looking at Miles with a grin. "I'll be back soon." Miles was left confused and beaten, his mind reeling from the demon's words. He didn't understand what the demon meant by fake or vessel, but he knew that he had just faced something far beyond his understanding. As the demon disappeared into thin air, Miles collapsed to the ground, feeling more lost and alone than ever before. In the realm of the primal force, there was chaos, and yet, there was order in the madness. The infinite possibilities that existed within its realm were both beautiful and terrifying, with bright flashes of light that threatened to blind any onlooker. The primal force was an entity that defied comprehension, a force that existed outside the boundaries of reality itself. Its realm was filled with swirling colors that seemed to exist in a state of constant flux, changing and morphing with every passing moment. One moment, it could appear as a sea of flames, while in the next, it might resemble a vast expanse of frozen tundra. Within the realm of the primal force, one could find a multitude of things, each one more fantastic than the last. There were creatures that defied description, each one stranger and more fearsome than the last. There were mountains of gold and oceans of fire, and valleys filled with nothing but the purest of crystal. Some said that within the realm of the primal force, one could find the answers to all of life's greatest mysteries. Others believed that to enter its realm was to invite madness, for the sheer scale of its power was beyond comprehension. And yet, for those brave enough to venture into its depths, the rewards could be great. For within the realm of the primal force, there existed the potential for untold power, a force that could reshape reality itself. In the midst of this chaotic realm, a figure slowly began to take shape. It was a being of immense power, a force of nature in and of itself. And as it began to coalesce, its eyes began to glow with an otherworldly light, a sign that it was ready to emerge into the world beyond. As the figure from the primal force realm arrives, the white demon kneels before it, its head bowed in reverence. The air around them crackles with primal energy, causing the space to distort and twist in a chaotic dance. The figure is surrounded by an aura of pure energy, emanating from its form in a kaleidoscope of colors that shift and swirl with impossible speed. The white demon's form begins to shift and change, its demonic features melting away to reveal a more humanoid shape. Its body elongates, and its limbs become more slender and delicate. The demon's skin turns a pale white, and its eyes, now devoid of malice, shine with a brilliant light. Its transformation complete, the demon stands tall, a vision of beauty and grace. The creature wears a cropped 18th century-esque suit, stitched with heart designs on the shoulders, and a black, tailed corset running down its torso. Its white ruffle tie is tied neatly around its neck, adding an air of sophistication and elegance to its appearance. As the figure looks down upon the transformed demon, it speaks with a voice that echoes across the planes of existence. "Rise, my faithful servant," it says, "you have done well. Your efforts have weakened the vessel, and now, it is time for us to claim it for ourselves." The demon nods in acknowledgement, its features betraying no emotion as it stands beside the figure, ready to carry out its will. Together, they vanish in a flash of light, leaving the realm of primal force behind, as they make their way towards the world of mortals, and their ultimate goal. The white demon bowed low before the mysterious figure and said, "My lord, I do not understand why I was not allowed to destroy the cage. We had a perfect opportunity, but you stopped me." The figure looked down at the white demon with an expressionless face and said, "The destruction of the cage is mine alone, and I will not be rushed." The white demon straightened up, looking skeptical. "Are you not afraid that the cage might get any ideas? It is a formidable opponent." The figure chuckled. "Everything is going according to my plan. I have anticipated every move that the cage might make. Do not worry, white demon. We will emerge victorious." The white demon's form slowly changed from its demonic shape to a humanoid form. It now wore a cropped 18th century-esque suit worn open with the collar popped, stitched heart designs on the shoulders, a white ruffle tie, and a black, tailed corset running down its torso. It narrowed its eyes and asked, "And how can you be so sure?" The figure leaned forward, his eyes glowing with confidence and arrogance. "Because I know how that construct thinks. Because even if it's a fake, there's still a small part of me in there. Once it's gone, I will have a body. I will have my body." The white demon couldn't help but feel a shiver run down its spine at the figure's words. It knew better than to question its master's plans, but couldn't help but wonder what lay in store for the world once the cage was gone. The mysterious figure's demeanor suddenly changes, and he adopts an informal speech pattern. He looks at the white demon and asks, "So, how's the wife and kids? Still busy breeding like rabbits?" The white demon's expression softened at the mention of his family. "Oh, they're doing great. My wife is expecting our 33rd child, and the rest of the brood is healthy and growing strong," he responded happily. The figure lets out a hearty laugh before making a comment about the demon's wife being a real succubus. "Man, she really knows how to keep you busy, hey," he jokes. The white demon chuckles, feeling at ease in the presence of the figure. Yeah, she's definitely something else. She can't seem to get enough, he says. But I wouldn't have it any other way. My wife is the light of my life, and my children bring me endless joy. The figure nods, a sly grin forming on his face. Well, it's good to see that you have something to keep you occupied while we're stuck in that cage. I still don't understand behind this plan of yours. The demon said. You can't possibly think your imposter can be that foolish. Oh, trust me, I know just how dumb it is. The figure growled. I would have done the same thing if I was in its place. So your plan is based around you doing the dumbest move? The demon asked. The figure shakes its head. No, of course not. My plan is based around what the Speed Force wants me to think. The figure began to rant all it felt about the cage and the Speed Force. The demon sighs before looking at the figure. Miles? The demon called. Once Miles responded to the call, the demon gave him the most disappointed yet irritated look it can possibly give. You're insane, you know that, right? Miles merely smiles sweetly. Love you too, White. Miles slowly opens his eyes and feels the throbbing pain all over his body. His head feels heavy and he tries to lift his hand, only to find it wrapped in bandages. He tries to remember what had happened but finds his memories hazy and blurry. As he tries to sit up, the pain intensifies, and he groans before falling back onto the bed. Suddenly, the door opens, and Jessie Wells rushes in, her face filled with shock and joy. She rushes towards Miles and hugs him, causing him to wince in pain. Oh my God, Miles, you're awake! Jessie exclaims, tears welling up in her eyes. Miles tries to give her a confident smile despite the pain. Hey Jessie, what happened? And where am I? Jessie looks at him with concern. You were attacked by someone, and we found you lying unconscious in the city. We brought you to the hospital, and you've been in a coma for 2 weeks. Miles feels a chill run down his spine as he tries to remember the attack, but his memories remain elusive. He notices the bruises and cuts all over his body and winces as he feels the pain. Where's your father? Miles asks, trying to hide the fear in his voice. He's in the lab, trying to find out who attacked you, Jessie responds. Miles nods before asking, do you have any leads on who attacked me? Jessie shakes her head. No, we don't have any leads yet, but we are working on it. The attackers seem to have a speedster's abilities, just like you, so we're trying to narrow down the list of suspects. Miles' mind races as he tries to remember the attack and who could have possibly done it. He feels a sense of unease in his gut, but he tries to push it away. Thanks, Jessie. I need to talk to your father, Miles says, trying to sound calm and collected. Jessie nods before leaving the room, and Miles is left alone with his thoughts, wondering who could have attacked him and why did it keep calling him fake. He was real. Yet for some reason, the demon's taunts kept coming as if it was a clue. Harrison Wells sat in front of a massive bank of monitors, analyzing the footage of Miles' battle against an invisible foe. His fingers danced across a keyboard, typing in commands and studying the screen with intense focus. The footage was shaky and hard to make out, but it was clear that Miles was fighting with everything he had. Suddenly, Harrison's attention was drawn to another monitor, displaying Miles' vitals and energy output. The numbers were fluctuating wildly, and Harrison's eyes widened in alarm. Miles' powers had become more erratic than ever before, and if nothing was done soon, they would reach critical mass and explode. As Harrison watched, a door slid open, and Miles stumbled into the lab, looking worse for wear than the last time they had found him. Harrison leapt to his feet, his eyes scanning Miles' body for injuries. Bruises and cuts covered his skin, and Harrison could see the strain etched on his face. Miles, are you all right? Harrison asked, concern lacing his voice. Miles tried to put on a confident facade but failed miserably. "I've been better," he said through gritted teeth. "What's going on with my powers? They're getting worse." Harrison's expression darkened. "I've been analyzing the data, and your powers are becoming more and more unstable. If we don't find a way to stabilize them soon, they're going to explode. And that's not even the worst part." "What's the worst part?" Miles asked, his eyes widening. "The worst part is that I'm not sure we can stabilize them," Harrison said, his voice heavy with worry. "We need to find a solution, and fast." Miles felt a sense of panic rising within him as he realized that there might not be a solution to his problem. He turned to Gideon and called out to her, "Gideon, do you have any information about what can be a permanent solution for this?" Gideon responded, "I'm sorry, Miles, but I don't have any information about a permanent solution for your problem. However, I can continue to monitor your vitals and energy output to provide real-time updates." Harrison, who had been listening to the conversation, turned his attention back to Miles. "Miles, I have a device that might be able to stabilize your powers. But I must warn you, putting the device on might make you slower, and there are unknown risks, as it's still a prototype." Miles weighed his options, feeling torn between risking the unknown and risking the explosion of his powers. He knew that he needed to act fast before it was too late. He finally made up his mind and said, "I'll do it. I don't want to be a ticking time bomb." Harrison nodded and brought out a small, black device with various wires and sensors attached to it. He carefully placed the device on Miles' chest and activated it. Miles felt a strange sensation as the device began to hum, and he could feel his powers stabilizing. However, as Harrison had warned, he also felt slower. Harrison continued to monitor Miles' vitals and energy output, and after a few moments, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems to be working. Your powers are stabilizing, and your energy output is back to normal levels." Miles felt relieved but also worried about the unknown risks that the device might pose in the future. However, for now, he was grateful for the temporary solution that Harrison had provided. "See, told you it's gonna do something dumb." Miles smiled confidently and proclaimed his victory to be at hand, taking a sip of his tea. But as soon as the liquid hit his tongue, his expression turned sour, and he spewed it out. "Why is this tea hot? I specifically asked for it to be chilled," he demanded, turning to one of the monsters. He took another sip and spit out once more. "Why the hell does it even taste lemon?" The monster shrank back, not daring to meet the figure's gaze. "I am sorry, sir. It won't happen again," it stuttered. "Damn right it won't," the figure muttered before throwing his cup at the monster. One demon tried to calm him down, but to no avail. "My lord, please," he said, his voice shaking. "It's just a cup of tea." "Just a cup of tea," the figure bellowed, grabbing the demon by the neck. "It's the principle of the matter. You monkeys can't even complete a simple task. It's not just tea. It's a symbol of my power and authority. And you fools can't even get that right." The white demon sighed and rolled his eyes, muttering to himself, "Oh, here we go again. Just when I thought you couldn't get any more weird." The white demon knew there was no reasoning for the figure in this state. "Perhaps I can fetch you a new cup of tea, my lord," he suggested. Miles shook his head. No. It's too late now. The moment has passed." He glared at the demons around him. The white demon ignored him and scurried off to fetch a new cup of tea. The figure grumbled to himself. "Unprofessional dumbass. Can't even make a proper cup of tea. How do you even make a tea with lemons?" The white demon returned with a fresh cup of steaming tea, and the figure took a sip, nodding in approval. "Finally, some competence," he muttered. The white demon couldn't help but roll his eyes at the figure's ridiculous behavior. You do realize you're the only one who cares about tea, right? He quipped. The figure glared at him. Don't be absurd. Tea is important for my plans to work. The white demon couldn't help but chuckle. Despite the figure's outrageous behavior, he couldn't deny that it had a certain comedic charm. How does tea even equate to your plans? The figure simply gestures to the demon to take a seat before ordering another to give him a cup of tea. Despite the white demon's annoyance, he complied, and suddenly everything clicked when he received the tea. There was a sense of primal control, as if you've achieved something far greater than the cosmos itself. Having the tea just added the effects. The white demon quickly glared at the demon who had tainted such a primal feeling of dominance. Something this beautiful should only be done with utmost perfection. Such a sacred act should be treated with nothing but the highest form of respect. And for one of its kind to ruin such a sensation was blasphemy. The rest of the demons could only think of one thing. Oh sweet mercy, there's two of them now. Miles, Harrison, and Jesse were outside of Central City, standing in a field surrounded by trees. Harrison was looking at the prototype device on Miles' chest while Jesse watched them both. So, how does it feel? Harrison asked, examining the device. Miles shrugged. It's uncomfortable, but I can handle it. How does it work? Harrison began to explain the device. It's designed to regulate your energy output to keep your power stable. But it has its limits. If you overwork it, it might malfunction, causing it to shut down, or worse, causing an energy overload. Miles looked worried. What happens if it malfunctions? Harrison sighed. Your powers would be completely unregulated, causing you to explode, like a nuclear bomb. Jess's eyes widened. That's scary. How do we know if it's going to malfunction? Harrison looked at Miles. We don't. That's why we have to keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't overheat. Miles frowned. So, I have to be careful about how much energy I use. Harrison nodded. Yes, you have to conserve your energy. If you use too much, the device won't be able to handle it, and you might end up hurting yourself or others. Miles looked down at the device. I look like Iron Man at this point. Harrison placed a hand on Miles' shoulder. We're here to help you. We'll monitor the device and make sure you don't overwork it. You're not alone in this. The poor man was unaware of Miles's rising emotions. Jesse smiled. Yeah, we're a team. We'll get through this together. Miles could only offer an appreciative nod, but inside his head, oh God, I've been infected by Barry's virus. Somebody kill me or something. Miles looked at both of them and smiled, trying to hide his annoyance. Girl, I don't need sidekicks. I'm Tachyon, greatest thief alive. He thought. Jesse and I will be monitoring your vitals over there. Harrison pointed at the RV van. Miles gives a nod before walking away. He took a deep breath and adjusted the prototype device on his chest. He looked up at Harrison and Jesse, who were standing a few feet away from him. Ready when you are, Miles said with a grin. Be careful, Harrison cautioned. We don't know how the device will hold up at high speeds. Miles opened his eyes, a determined look on his face, black and white lightning dancing across his body. He started slow, then gradually picked up speed, running faster and faster until he was a blur, circling the globe with incredible speed. He noticed the device on his chest, regulating his energy output and keeping his powers stable. However, he could also feel that it was limiting his speed. It was frustrating, but he knew it was necessary to keep himself and those around him safe. Suddenly, Miles was hit with a vision. He saw Barry, Cisco, and Caitlin fighting against Bivolo. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. angry at Team Flash for interfering with Bigelow's work. Miles ran back to Wells and Jesse, telling them that the device works but he wants it to be smaller. "I can work on that," Harrison said, nodding. Miles thought to himself about Barry messing up Bigelow's work. He knew he might have to cut his vacation short and return to Earth-1 to make things right. But he also knew he had to keep his secret safe. No one could know where he truly came from. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and smiled at Jesse and Harrison. "Let's get to work," he said. Meanwhile, in the Primal Force, a realm of utter chaos and order, where the very fabric of reality was constantly shifting and morphing. The White Demon stood before the black figure, asking about the cage's future visions. "So, do you think giving the cage visions of its future was a good idea?" the White Demon asked. "Hell no, it was a risky move," the black figure replied, smirking. "But I'm confident that it'll take the bait and come back to Earth-1. The White Demon raised an eyebrow. "You sure about that?" "I mean, it's a pretty powerful entity." The black figure chuckled. "Powerful, yes. But not smart. It's still just a cage, a prison. A living carbon Walmart version of me. And it's going to fall right into our trap." The White Demon nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "I hope you're right. We've been planning this for a long time, and I don't want it to fail." The black figure snorted. "Don't worry about it. We've got this under control. And when the cage finally arrives, we'll be ready to unleash hell." "What about the device? Won't it hinder our plans?" "No, if anything it's going to speed up our schedule." "That doesn't make any sense. How can that thing help us?" "White, if there's one thing humanity has failed to control, it's our instincts to always screw up." For the next 3 months, Harrison and Miles, Cage, spent countless hours working on the device to regulate Miles' powers. They went through several prototypes, each with its own set of challenges and limitations. There were moments of frustration and setbacks, but they persisted, driven by the desire to find a solution to stabilize Miles' powers. During this time, Miles had to adjust to the limitations of the device, which regulated his energy output, causing him to run slower and lift less weight than before. But he persevered, knowing that it was necessary to keep his powers in check. "Come on, Miles, you got this," Harrison said, cheering Miles on as he lifted a heavy weight. Miles grunted, pushing himself to the limit. "This device is really making it tough," he said, sweat pouring down his face. Harrison nodded. "I know, but we're making progress. Just a little bit more tweaking, and we'll have it perfect." As they continued to work, their bond grew stronger, and they became good friends. They would often share stories and jokes, easing the tension of their rigorous work. One day, as they were taking a break, Harrison looked at Miles and said, "You know, I have to say, I'm impressed with your dedication. Not everyone would be willing to go through all of this just to control their powers." Miles smiled, grateful for the compliment. "Thanks, man. But I gotta admit, I'm doing this for selfish reasons too. I don't want to become a walking nuke." Harrison nodded, understanding Miles' concerns. "I understand, it's the least I can do for stopping Zoom." Miles smiled, appreciating the support. "Thanks, Harrison. I couldn't do this without you." They fist-bumped, ready to continue their work and make the device even better. Miles stood on the rooftop of the tall building, looking down at the bustling city below. The new device on his chest gleamed in the sunlight, its intricate design a testament to the hard work put into it. The device was small and sleek, fitting perfectly onto Miles' chest without being too cumbersome. He took one last look at the city of Earth-2, taking in the sights and sounds of his temporary home. He had come a long way since he first arrived, learning to control his powers and becoming more comfortable with his surroundings. But it was time to go back home, to Earth 1. With a deep breath, Miles activated the device and rushed down the side of the building at super speed. As he neared the bottom, he saw the portal that would take him back to Earth 1. Without hesitation, Miles jumped into the portal and felt the familiar rush of energy as he traveled through space and time. As he emerged on the other side, he was struck with a sense of nostalgia, feeling like he was finally home. He looked around at his surroundings, taking in the familiar sights and sounds of Central City. However, his sense of contentment quickly dissipated as he remembered the visions he had seen earlier. With a sense of urgency, Miles rushed to check the news of what was happening in Central City. His annoyance grew as he saw that his visions were indeed accurate, with Barry and his team trying to stop Bivolo once again. "Damn it, Barry," Miles muttered to himself. "You just had to interfere, didn't you?" The thief quickly sighs and waits for any news of any crime happening until a homeless man called out to him, "Hey, Miles, is that you?" Miles turned to see the man, and a smile spread across his face. "Hey, old man, how you been?" The homeless man shuffled over to Miles and shook his hand. "I've been better. You know anything about what's going on with the Flash and Rainbow Raider?" Miles's smile faded as he shook his head. "Nah, sorry man. I've been away for a while." "What's happening?" The homeless man's face twisted in worry. "It's bad, Miles. The war's escalating. People are getting hurt." Miles's mind raced as he remembered his vision. Bivolo wasn't supposed to be that powerful. He tried to put the homeless man at ease. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll make sure no one else gets hurt." The homeless man looked at Miles with hope in his eyes. "You still the kingpin, Miles?" Miles patted the man's shoulder. "I'm still the kingpin. Don't worry, I got this." With that, Miles left the homeless man and headed toward Central City. As he walked, he couldn't shake off the feeling of confusion. What was Barry doing? Bivolo wasn't supposed to be that powerful. But Miles was determined to find out what was going on and put a stop to it. Suddenly he receives another vision. This time it was about Bivolo with his henchmen fighting Barry. Miles felt suspicious. Why was the Speed Force giving him more visions? Shouldn't Barry need this? Anyways, he had to get there fast. Why? Because the fastest man alive got jumped. Again. Barry had never felt so exhausted in his life. His suit was torn, his hair was disheveled, and sweat dripped from his face as he stood facing off against Bivolo and his army of metahumans. The battle had been raging for days, and Barry was beginning to feel like it was never going to end. It was then that he noticed the strange device on Bivolo's head. "What is that thing?" Barry asked, his voice strained. Bivolo grinned wickedly. This is a little something I picked up from a man in a yellow suit. It amplifies my powers, making me even stronger than before. All I had to do was kill you and Tachyon." Barry's eyes widened in shock. "The man in the yellow suit? Where is he?" Bivolo laughed. "Oh, so you know him? How sweet. But I'm afraid that's all you're going to get out of me. I'm not in the business of making it easy for my enemies." Barry gritted his teeth, his determination growing stronger. He had to know more about the man in the yellow suit, about why he had killed his mother. Why he came to their house that night and what he wanted from them. But Bivolo could sense his curiosity and mocked him. "You really think I'm going to spill my guts to you, Flash? You're just like all the others, so desperate to know everything, but you'll never get what you want." Barry's frustration grew, but he tried to maintain his composure. He had to find a way to defeat Bivolo and stop his army of metahumans, and he couldn't let his emotions get the best of him. Get rid of him, Bivolo ordered, eyes glowing with power. Rage and insanity surfaced into each metahuman as they responded to his commands and rushed towards the Flash, only for a trail of black and white lightning suddenly appears, knocking out half of the army. Bivolo and Barry knew who it was, and both had different reactions. One was happy and the other was afraid. As Tachyon knocked out half of Bivolo's army, he stopped in front of Flash. The fastest man alive, my ass. The fastest man alive gets jumped by supervillains, Tachyon said, his tone irritated. Barry breathed a sigh of relief at Tachyon's arrival. Thank God you're here, he said, feeling a glimmer of hope. Tachyon didn't waste time and sucker punched Barry right in the face. Oh, what the hell, man? Barry complained. Don't you dare ask me that. Miles growled before scolding him. Don't thank God, thank me, fool. And stop being such a baby. You're the one who wanted to be a superhero, now deal with it. You're lucky I came to save you, Flash. You always get yourself into these messes. How can you be so fast but still get your butt handed to you? Barry rubbed his jaw before responding, yeah, but you love me for it. Miles rolled his eyes in irritation before responding, that was Sue's and you know it. Don't flatter yourself, Flash. I just don't want to see NY City fall apart. Barry chuckled, yeah. You're just upset that I'm the one with the cool lightning powers now. Miles shook his head before retorting, excuse me. I'm not the one who's wearing a spandex made out of condom. And last time I checked, I whooped your sorry ass with lightning. The two friends shared a moment of laughter before turning their attention back to Bivolo and his remaining army of metahumans. Must be my lucky day. Bivolo interrupted their friendly banter, and Tachyon's irritation grew. The clown has arrived. It's like Christmas, Bivolo taunted, I get to beat up a speedster and a glorified clock. Tachyon shot back, I'm not the one wearing a disco ball on my head. You look like a reject from a bad 80s music video. Bivolo smirked, you think you can stop me, Tachyon? You're just a mindless puppet, with no real personality or will of your own. Tachyon's irritation showed on his face as he retorted, at least I'm not a second-rate villain like you, Bivolo. Bivolo just chuckled and responded, oh, I'm sorry. Did I hit a nerve? Don't worry, I'll make this quick. Bivolo's army charges towards Tachyon and Flash. Tachyon and Flash move at lightning speed, dodging the attacks and hitting the metahumans with lightning-quick punches and kicks. Tachyon couldn't help but taunt. Is that all you got? Bivolo sneered, you're just getting started, Tachyon. My army is endless. Flash smirked and said, we'll see about that. As the army of metahumans rushed towards them again, Flash and Tachyon braced themselves for the fight. Flash was quick to move, zipping around and taking out several of Bivolo's minions in a blur of red and gold. Tachyon moved in a blur of black and white, his punches and kicks creating shockwaves that knocked out multiple enemies at once. The air was filled with the sounds of metal clashing against metal, grunts of pain, and the occasional explosion as Tachyon or Flash took out an enemy. Bivolo's army was strong, but Tachyon and Flash worked together seamlessly, their movements complementing each other's. Tachyon shouted, Flash, we need to take down Bivolo's device. Flash nodded, on it, and raced towards Bivolo. However, Bivolo was ready for him, and with a wave of his hand, he sent Flash flying back by another metahuman. Man, you've gotten a lot faster since the last time we ran together, Tachyon says, grinning. I could say the same about you, Flash replies, wiping sweat from his brow. You've definitely got some upgrades. Tachyon chuckles. Well, I had a good friend. The moment is interrupted as Tachyon suddenly pushes Barry away and gets hit by a blast of energy on the chest from a metahuman they didn't notice. Barry quickly knocks out the attacker, but he can see that something is seriously wrong with Miles. Miles, what's happening? Barry asks, concern etched on his face. Miles lets out a groan of pain, and black and white lightning begins to spark around his body. I can't control it, he says through gritted teeth. My powers are going haywire. Cisco's voice crackles over Barry's comms. Barry, Miles is emitting a huge amount of dark matter energy. You need to get him out of Central City now. Barry looks back at Miles, who is now writhing on the ground, and knows that they need to act fast to save him. Miles let out a groan, his body convulsing as the lightning intensified. Barry, you need to get out of here. I can't control this. While Barry was too busy helping Miles, Bivolo was another matter. The man was in shock. Whatever he had done, whatever it was inside his former boss, was coming out. It was primal, it was ruthless, uncaring, and chaotic. Bivolo felt a primal fear wash over him as he realized that something had changed in Miles. He could sense a new power, something dark and dangerous, emanating from him. Bivolo knew that he was in serious trouble. Barry nodded, determination in his eyes. I've got you, Miles. Hang on tight. Cisco, what can we do to help him? I don't know, Barry. Cisco responded. Miles gritted his teeth, his body trembling with the strain. Barry, I can't hold on much longer. Something isn't right. You need to leave now. Barry placed a comforting hand on Miles' shoulder. No, I'm not leaving you. You're not dying, here. Miles groaned. Why do you have to say it like that? With one swift motion, Miles managed to hurl away Barry just in time as his body can no longer contain the energy. Miles let out a pained cry as the lightning reached a crescendo, the energy exploding outwards in a blinding flash. Just like the time of the particle accelerator. Once the light faded and the dust settled, everyone in the area became tensed as Miles steps out of the crater. His playful aura had been replaced by something more sinister. Miles' entire presence had transformed into an animal set loose. Black and white sparks of electricity danced all over his body and Miles' grin grew into more something sinister. Bivolo, having the powers over emotions, can feel Miles' emotions. It was drowning him in the pits of despair. Just as planned. Miles whispered as his eyes glowed black and white. Miles stood in the abandoned open area, his eyes scanning the battlefield. He could hear the thoughts of everyone around him, their fears, doubts, and hopes. The voices were a cacophony in his head, but he focused on the task at hand. He studied Barry, who was exhausted and injured from the battle. Bivolo was standing behind a shield, his army of metahumans waiting for orders. Who is this guy? I'm shaking just by being near him. What the hell is that thing? I need to get out of here. I don't understand what's going on with him, Barry thought, watching as Miles began to crackle with energy. He was always impulsive, but now he seems so immature. He even looks a bit older. Is he still our ally or something else entirely? What happened to him? Bivolo, on the other hand, was concerned about the newfound sense of maturity he sensed in Miles. This isn't the same Tachyon, he thought, eyeing Miles warily. Something isn't right. This isn't the same man-child I worked for. He seems more focused and in control. I don't know what he's capable of now, Bivolo thought. Miles smirked, knowing he could take them all down without breaking a sweat. Suddenly he felt strange, as if something was building up inside of him. He looked down at his arm and saw cracks forming on his skin. But instead of pain, he felt stronger than ever before. The cracks emit dark and white energies. Yet Miles was familiar with the sensation. I need to test this out, he thought, as he began to focus on each aspect of the primal force. He experimented with the still force, feeling a sense of calm and stillness wash over him. He could feel it, time slowing down to a complete halt before resuming. 10 seconds he counted. Next, he tried the strength force, and he felt his muscles bulge as he grew stronger, gravity itself bending to his whim. Though for now, he can only affect gravity for a certain time, he was confident he can affect everyone's gravity indefinitely sooner or later. Finally, he tapped into the sage force, and he felt a surge of knowledge and understanding. Unlike speed thinking, which just lets him predict and process information faster than a supercomputer, the sage force gave him cosmic awareness. All the knowledge and secrets to the cosmos were there at his disposal. He also gained psychic abilities, however, just like strength force, it was still limited to certain areas. He wasn't lifting buildings with his mind anytime soon, but again that problem can be fixed. So focused on his discovery, Miles had completely forgotten about the outside world. Yet despite this, everyone shared the same feeling as they observed Miles. Fear. One of the primal aspects of humanity is fear of the unknown. Miles had become the unknown, and no one had any idea of what he was capable of. Finding himself satisfied with his little test, Miles focused his attention on Bivelow's army. He cleared his throat and spoke, "Sorry about earlier. I was acting like a jerk. My name is Miles Wally," he said in a calm and mature tone, "but I have some bad news for you. You're all dead." Barry and Bigelow looked at him in horror as Miles approached one of Bigelow's metahumans. He grabbed the metahuman's head. The man struggled to break free, but Miles absorbed man's life force in the form of electricity, leaving nothing but charred bones. Everyone could only stare as the man's skin melted off, eyes boiling like an egg, his screams turning into a butchered pig. Miles' demeanor remained mature and focused, ignoring the gruesome act he committed and solely focusing on his new powers. "I'm not sure how this works yet, but I'll figure it out," he said, before turning to face Bigelow and his army. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh, and the crackling of electricity echoed in the area. Miles dropped the lifeless body to the ground and turned to face Barry and Bigelow. "Now, let's get down to business," he said, his voice oozing with confidence. Barry rushed towards him, aiming for a good punch, but Miles merely snapped his fingers, and just like that, Barry was frozen in time. "Stay here, I'll deal with you later, champ," Miles whispered before playfully tapping Barry's shoulder. "In the meantime, just enjoy the show." Miles stood tall and emanating dark energy, wasted no time in taking down Bigelow's army. With a wave of his hand, he sends a shockwave of gravity that causes the ground beneath the army's feet to tremble and break apart, sending them flying into the air. Cracking his knuckles, a low rumble emanates from his chest as he surveys Bigelow's army. The metahumans had been caught off guard by his sudden attack, but they quickly regained their composure and attacked Miles with all their might. Miles dodges, weaves, and retaliates, his movements almost too quick for the human eye to follow. Miles began to move at an incredible speed, moving faster than anyone could see. His movements were fluid and graceful, as if he had been doing this all his life, which he is. He dashed toward a group of metahumans, who were shooting energy beams toward him. With his newfound durability combined with godlike speed, the majority were reduced to bloody chunks, and those he missed were burnt alive from the heat of friction. Miles' entire body was dyed with blood and guts. Miles roared and launched himself into the air, his super strength propelling him higher and higher. As he soared above the battlefield, he extended his hand and unleashed a blast of gravity that sent the enemy troops hurtling toward the ground. They crashed into the earth with bone-jarring force, struggling to get back to their feet as Miles descended upon them. Increasing his mass, density, and gravity, Miles fell like a shooting star and caused a minor earthquake. Those who were trapped by his gravity could only scream as their bodies were torn asunder. More metahumans came, and Miles decided to have a bit more fun. Combining the negative aspects of the Speed Force, Sage Force, and Strength Force, Miles launched a destructive ball of energy. Anything it touched was erased from existence. Again, Miles went creative with his powers. He began to turn those he touched into magnets by changing the gravity. Soon a lot of metahumans were being crushed by cars, rocks, debris, and etc. Miles even went as far as doing the opposite, as his victims were torn apart as their gravity pull was changed in different directions. One even had his bones ripped out by the intense pull. When he had enough of using super speed, he switched to using his super strength, crushing heads, breaking or ripping spines, just ripping and tearing anything or anyone he can grab on. Then he switched to psychic powers and had way more than he should. Reducing those people into savage animals was just too funny. He even brainwashed one of the women into being his chair. Oh, this one had nice curves, he'll keep her. Then he used the still force, and now which was challenging to use. Stopping time every 10 seconds was easy when combined with his super speed. He also had to think on the fly, like stopping time from the debris and changing their gravity before undoing the time stop and letting it become a freaking missile. He even trapped a few of them in a time loop for a laugh. It was still funny that the last guy's time loop involves him falling face first to the ground. Too bad his face has been disfigured, what a shame. But his most favorite thing to do was absorb everyone's life force like a vampire. Young, old, sick, willfully or forced, he didn't care, he absorbed everything and left not a thing. As the battle raged on, Miles grew more and more creative in his use of his powers. He sent streams of electricity crackling through the air, frying the enemy troops where they stood. He spun vortexes of air and fire, engulfing his enemies in a maelstrom of destruction. He ripped the very fabric of reality itself, tearing open portals to other dimensions and unleashing horrors upon his foes. And through it all, Bivelow's army panicked and fled, their morale shattered by the overwhelming power of Miles. They screamed and begged for mercy, but there was none to be found. Miles was an unstoppable force, a being beyond comprehension or reason. He was a god, and they were mere mortals, doomed to fall before him. He hunted them down one by one, absorbing their life force until nothing remained but charred bones. By the time it was over, the entire area had become a graveyard of blood, guts, and bones. Miles stood amidst the wreckage. He had combined his abilities seamlessly, taking out the army without breaking a sweat. He looked around, sensing a presence nearby. Bigelow was standing in the shadows, watching Miles with a mixture of fear and fascination. Miles walked towards him, his steps echoing through the empty area. "I hope you enjoyed the show," Miles said, his voice deep and powerful. "Because now it's your turn." Bigelow backed away, his eyes wide with terror. He knew that he was no match for Miles in his current state. But he also knew that he couldn't run. "Wait! Miles, boss, please don't kill me. I didn't mean it, I swear." Now Bigelow, whether it was intentional or not, I can't exactly let you go free without punishment. What would the others say if I let that happen? Besides, didn't I already warn you in the first place? Miles cheerfully raised his hand, and a bolt of energy shot toward Bigelow. The villain screamed, his body convulsing as Miles continued. The air around Miles crackled with electricity as he absorbed Bigelow's power, leaving nothing behind. Turning his attention to the frozen hero, the man approached the hero with a casual stride, stopping just inches away from him. He looked at him with a mixture of admiration and disappointment. "You know, Barry, you were my hero," Miles said, his voice carrying a hint of melancholy. When you first burst onto the scene, I was your biggest fan. You were so cool, so amazing when I first saw you, I even cosplayed as you. Miles paused as if lost in thought, before continuing, but you always needed backup, didn't you? Always running late. And you call yourself the Flash. It's kind of absurd, don't you think? Miles tilted his head, studying Barry's frozen form. I thought you were supposed to be fast, Barry. The fastest man alive. But you're always just a few steps behind, always playing catch up. Even that thing was faster than you. Barry remained frozen in time, his expression unreadable. Miles continued to talk to him as if he was listening. I wanted to be like you, Barry. I damn tried to be you when I became that thing. But you know what? It's not enough. Being a hero is just not for me. I can't spend the rest of my life saving lives 24/7 and just accept thank yous. That ain't gonna feed me. You have to be a god to do that. Miles's voice grew stronger, more determined, as he spoke. He looked up at the sky as if addressing a higher power. I guess all I'm trying to say is, being here is kind of a disappointment. True, he can live out his fantasies and having superpowers were fun and all, but that fun ended long ago. Now, it's just like back in his original world, only he has to worry about the Dark Multiverse, Darkseid, Anti-Monitor, Injustice League, Justice Lords, and other threats. He turns back to Barry and raises his hand and begins to vibrate. Nothing personal, Barry, just can't have you messing around just because someone hurt your feelings. Barry stood frozen in time, unable to respond to Miles' words. Meanwhile, at Star Labs, Cisco and Joe were becoming increasingly worried about Barry's lack of response. Barry, can you hear us? Please say something. Cisco shouted into the communication device. Joe looked at the device, his eyes filled with concern. What's going on, Cisco? Why isn't he responding? Caitlin was also on the screen, desperately trying to talk Miles down. Miles, please stop. You're not thinking clearly. This isn't who you are. But Miles seemed to be ignoring everyone's pleas. He turned his attention back to Barry, his eyes narrowing. You were always my hero, Barry. Miles' words sent chills down Caitlin's spine. She knew this wasn't the Miles she knew. Meanwhile, in the time vault, Thorn knew he had to stop Miles before he killed Barry and erase the timeline, his future. Thorn couldn't let that happen, no matter what it took. Saving the Flash must be my lucky day. Thorn thought the irony was not lost on him. The idea of saving his future nemesis was hilarious, yet here he is. As Thorn donned his Reverse Flash costume, he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation course through his veins. He was going to stop Miles before it was too late. With a burst of lightning, he raced out of the time vault and into the city. The wind rushed past his ears as he moved at lightning speed, weaving in and out of the crowded streets. The people around him were nothing but a blur as he focused on his goal. Thorn's heart raced with the thrill of the chase as he drew closer and closer to the open area where Miles and Barry were fighting. Just as Miles was about to phase his arm into Barry's chest, Barry suddenly broke free from the time freeze. He felt a sudden surge of energy course through him, and he let out a pulse of lightning that sent Miles flying backward. Miles whistled in admiration of Barry's power, his eyes glowing with excitement. That's not enough, Miles. Barry yelled. You're not hurting anyone. Miles just chuckles before standing up and patting off the specks of dust. Well, what do you know, Nora's playing favorites. He grins when hearing a familiar sound. Turning, Barry turns and quickly his blood boiled. There standing in front of him was the murderer of his mother. You! He yelled. Mr. Thorn, I didn't think you'd be coming today. Miles said. You know who I am. Eobard slowly walked forward. Then you know what's going to happen next. Of course I do. You're one of the pettiest men alive, someone who would kill a kid just to make his crush feel lonely. Miles gave a mocking clap. Oh wait, didn't she still dumped you? Ouch, that must sting a lot. The golden speedster frowned. How did Miles know about his pasts? Shouldn't he be from this timeline? As if the surprises didn't end, a crack in reality appeared and a familiar screech was heard. Black Flash clawed his way through before stopping. At first, Thorn thought Black Flash was there to kill him, but when he noticed that it was only looking at Miles, he knew that there was something more going on. Barry quickly taps on his ear. You guys seeing this? His voice was barely above a whisper and his eyes were wide. What in the world is going on? Back in Star Lab, Cisco, Joe, and Caitlin were just as shocked. You mean watching a zombie tear time and space with its demonic claws? Yeah, I saw that. Cisco yelled. It looks like that thing has a grudge against Miles. Caitlin said. I don't care what it is, where it came from, Barry needs to get out of there. Joe said. Back on the battlefield, it was a standoff from both sides, each eager to strike first but holding themselves back. Miles gave a mocking clap. Bravo, bravo, A+ for Black Flash entrance. He cackled before grinning. My turn. A stray lightning bolt came from the heavens and struck Miles' body. All three braced themselves as Miles stepped out of the smoke donning his new Tachyon jumpsuit. The jumpsuit was black as night, sleek, almost liquid-like texture, and the face obscured by a menacing mask with jagged edges and glowing purple eyes, giving it a dark and brooding feeling. In response to the avatars and enforcers, both the Speed Force and Primal Force also had an intense standoff. Each has its own armies of monsters, all waiting for the signal. If there was one thing Miles shared with his imposter, it was they had a thing for dramatic flair, so Miles just couldn't help himself but flex by unleashing the Primal Force aura taking the shape of a demonic monster. So who's up first? Miles stood before the trio of speedsters, a smug grin plastered on his face. Now, before we start playing tag like a bunch of 5-year-olds, I have something to say to all of you, he said, addressing Flash, Reverse Flash, and Black Flash. Barry, if you're still chasing after your mommy's killer, grow some brain, okay? He's been right in front of you this whole time, he taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I mean, sheesh, even your buddy the Green Arrow picked up something. He then turned his attention to Thorn, and you, Thorn. You screwed up your future because you couldn't accept that Barry was better than you. What a shame, Miles said with a shake of his head. Thorn's eyes narrowed, and he took a step forward, his fists clenched. You don't know anything about me, he snarled. Miles chuckled, his power crackling around him. I know enough, he said. And I know that you and I have more in common than you'd like to admit. Thorn's fists clench, his eyes blazing with fury. You have no idea what I've been through. You can't possibly understand. Miles cuts him off with a wave of his hand. Save your sob story for someone who cares, Thorn. Seriously, we're both fanboys, but you don't see me blaming Barry for something he has no control over. Can't even get his girl after killing his own brother HA. You're an embarrassment. Finally, he looked at Black Flash, a mocking glint in his eyes. And you, Black Flash, the so-called Grim Reaper of the Speed Force. Yet here I am, still standing. You failed to stop me, he sneered. But don't worry, I've been worried about dying too. Now that I'm free, I can finally get revenge on them. Black Flash's voice rumbles low and menacing, cutting through the air like a death knell. You speak with such arrogance, Miles Wally. Do not underestimate me or the power of the Speed Force. My master's mercy was a mistake, and I will not repeat it. You will pay for your arrogance. Hold it, did you just talk? Miles for once looks unsure. Wow, I thought I was just gonna hear some growls, but this is actually good. Miles chuckled a dark and unsettling sound. I've already beaten you once, Black Flash. You couldn't even stop me from escaping. What makes you think you can stop me now? Black Flash snarled, I do not need to stop you. I just need to catch you. Miles tilted his head, his eyes flashing with a wild light. Catch me? You couldn't even catch as slow as hell Barry Allen, or even when I was reduced to that thing. Besides, your master couldn't kill me before, and they won't be able to do it now as long as it's inside me. Thorn's mind was racing as he listened to the exchange. How could someone like Miles know so much about his past? Had he been there? And what was this about in it? He glanced at Barry, who was equally bewildered by the conversation. The tension in the air was palpable as the three speedsters faced off against each other. Miles was the picture of confidence, his smirk never leaving his face. Black Flash was seething with rage, his body poised to strike. Thorn was calculating his next move, trying to figure out how to take down someone with Miles' new abilities. Barry noted the intense expressions on their faces, the way their muscles were tensed, and the electricity crackling around them. He couldn't help but feel a sense of dread in his gut. The man in yellow, Miles, and the zombie-like Flash all had a connection and a history, and it was clear that it wasn't a good one. The atmosphere was charged with electricity, and every moment felt like it could be the last. Miles stood in a runner's crouch, his mocking grin taunting the three speedsters. Come and get me, boys, he jeered, before shooting off like a bullet. The three speedsters immediately gave chase, their legs a blur as they followed him. The chase was long and intense, with Miles darting through the streets and alleys, his speed overwhelming. The three speedsters chased after him, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Buildings crumbled, cars were crushed, and debris flew everywhere as the speedsters raced after Miles. Black Flash was hot on Miles' heels, his eyes blazing with fury. Thorn, determined to stop Miles from ruining his timeline, pushed himself to the limit. And Barry, driven by a sense of justice and the desire to finally catch his mother's killer, poured all of his speed into the chase. The surrounding city was being torn apart, with buildings crumbling and cars exploding as they raced through the streets. The noise was deafening, with the sound of explosions and shattering glass ringing in their ears. Despite their best efforts, Miles was too fast and too powerful. He continued to taunt them as he ran, dodging their attacks with ease and leaving them in his wake. But the three speedsters didn't give up. They pushed themselves harder and harder, determined to catch Miles and put an end to his rampage. And finally, after what felt like an eternity, they began to gain ground. Miles suddenly makes a U-turn and clotheslines Barry before slamming him into a car. The hero groaned but didn't have time to complain as he moves out of the way as a construct of a giant drill narrowly misses him. Thorn takes his chance and tries to phase through his chest, but Miles ducks and sends a telepathic shriek to the speedster's head. Stunned, Thorn was unable to do anything as Miles delivers a punch. Steam covered the man's fist as Miles rushes to Thorn only to be tackled by Black Flash, slamming his face on the pavement. The Reaper dragged him face first through the city only for Miles to turn the tables. The two fought so hard that anyone unlucky to be around them was reduced to bloody chunks. The city was reduced to a war zone. Barry lets out a battle cry as he rushes to Miles for a punch, but again, he misses and paid for it. Miles pummels him hard before avoiding a bolt of red lightning from Black Flash. The thief raises his hand and smashes the Reaper to any hard surfaces before sending him away. Miles ducks again as Thorn misses, chopping his head off before disarming him. 3 hard blows and the Time Leaper was on his knees. Miles quickly teleports away as Black Flash brought down a scythe down. Alpha started the chase once more. This time though, they managed to surround him, but Miles was too quick for them. He used the Still Force to stop time, moved around them, and resumed time, sending them flying. Black Flash reappeared, attacking Miles with his speed. Miles was taken aback by the attack but managed to phase through Black Flash's body and send him flying into a building. Thorn was next, using his speed to run circles around Miles. Miles countered by using the Strength Force to create a shockwave that knocked Thorn off his feet. Barry tried to take Miles down with his speed, but Miles was too powerful. He used the Sage Force to create illusions that disoriented Barry, leaving him vulnerable to Miles' attacks. The fight continued with Miles using all the abilities of the Primal Force to unleash a violent, unpredictable, and creative fighting style that caught the speedsters off guard. He used the Still Force to stop time, the Strength Force to create shockwaves, the Sage Force to create illusions, and the Speed Force to outpace his opponents. Miles was unbeatable, and the speedsters worked together to stop him. However, their efforts were in vain as Miles continued to overpower them. As the fight continued, Thorn realized that Miles had a time limit for each ability. Unfortunately, it was barely helping him since Miles' attack patterns are completely random. Another thing he learned was that Barry was learning faster as the fight continued, but he couldn't help but think Miles was up to something. Back in Star Labs, Cisco heard several warnings and headed to his computer. No, this can't be happening. Cisco muttered. His fingers flew across his keyboard as he furiously typed away at his computer, his eyes fixed on the screen in front of him. Caitlin noticed the look of concern on his face and approached him. Cisco, what's wrong? She asked, her voice laced with worry. But Cisco didn't respond, his eyes glued to the computer screen as he continued to type. Suddenly, he let out a gasp of horror, and Caitlin's concern deepened. Cisco, please tell me what's going on, she pleaded. But before he could respond, Cisco's voice boomed through the speakers of Barry's earpiece. Barry, you need to stop Miles now. He is building up kinetic energy, and he's going thermal nuclear, he yelled urgently. The rest of the team looked at each other in shock as Cisco's warning sunk in. They knew that if Miles released that kind of energy, it would be catastrophic. Barry had to stop him before it was too late. Barry redoubled his efforts, pushing above and beyond his limits. He could hear his bones and flesh tearing themselves apart as he forced his body to go faster. Thorn, who had been listening in, did the same. If Central City ceases to exist, then his future will cease as well. Everything that Miles passes through was beginning to melt. He knew that increasing his speed would result in an explosion, and that was the plan, but he wanted it away from Central City. He needed a place to rule, not a graveyard of ash. As Barry runs faster than ever before, his body is taking a massive toll. His legs feel like they're on fire, his chest is heaving, and his vision blurs. Thorn can feel himself becoming faster, which meant Barry was getting closer to the original timeline. Their lightning illuminates the dark night, the crackling sound accompanying each bolt filling the air. Miles is a blur as he moves, his power overwhelming even for Barry and the other speedsters. Black Flash follows Miles' movements, always a step behind. As they approach Miles, they see him turn to face them, a wicked grin on his face. Well, he says. Look who's back for more. But before he can finish his sentence, something strange happens. Miles is lifted off his feet and sent flying through the air. He smashes through buildings and crashes into the ground, leaving a huge crater in his wake. Miles is confused for a moment, trying to figure out what just happened. But then he sees Barry, glowing with Speed Force energy, standing over him. Miles laughs, impressed by Barry's feat. Well, Miles says, his voice laced with amusement. Looks like you're not as weak as I thought, Barry. I'm impressed. He gets up, dusting himself off. But you're still no match for me. Miles then cackled as if he heard the biggest joke in history. Not bad, Barry, not bad at all. Credit to where it is due. Miles was impressed. Barry managed to tap into the primal concept of speed. But unlike him, Barry's body can't handle the power. Though knowing this was a TV show, he knew some BS plot armor was around the corner. Miles' body glowed and appeared between Barry and Thorn before punching them at the same time before multiplying the gravity. Standing tall, triumphant, Miles grinned. Barry and Thorn lay on the ground, defeated. Miles turned his attention to Black Flash, who was the only one left standing. Come on, old man, he said, tauntingly. Let's finish this once and for all. Black Flash didn't respond, but he didn't need to. He charged forward, aiming to take down Miles. The fight between the two was intense and brutal, with Miles using all of his abilities and Black Flash trying to close the gap between them. Miles was fast and powerful, but Black Flash was relentless. Miles was getting the upper hand, landing powerful blows on Black Flash. But then, suddenly, Black Flash stopped and retreated, confusing Miles. Miles didn't care, he took it in stride. HMPH, he scoffed. Guess Nora knew he couldn't take me. Miles turned his attention back to Barry and Thorn, who were still on the ground. He walked over to them, giving them one more taunt before he left. You two are so lucky I still need you for my plans, he said, grinning. Maybe next time, ho. With that, he disappeared in a burst of speed, leaving the defeated speedsters behind. Miles stepped into his hidden lab, nodding to Gideon as he walked over to the central console. Hey there, how's my favorite AI doing? He asked with a grin. Gideon's holographic face smiled back. I am functioning at optimal capacity, thank you for asking. How are you feeling, Miles? I'm feeling fantastic, Miles replied, stretching his arms. I just had a little run-in with your bosses, but I came out on top. He leaned in closer to the console. Speaking of which, can you bring up the blueprint for the Mark I armor, would you kindly? Of course, Miles, Gideon said, bringing up the file. Miles studied it for a moment before shaking his head. You know, my imposter had a sense of style, but it was completely lacking in originality. Ultron, Iron Man, and Savitar? Seriously? Man, he took my fanboy down to the gutter trash. Miles got to work on rebuilding the Mark I armor, adding his own twists and upgrades to it until he was satisfied. He put on the upgraded armor, feeling the power coursing through his veins. This is what I call the God Killer, he announced, admiring his work. He turned back to Gideon. Hey, do you have any information on Leonard Snart? I want to recruit him to my team. Gideon brought up an article on the screen, and Miles scanned it quickly. Ah! Snart's pulling off a heist in Central City next week. Perfect. He grinned, looking back at Gideon. Who else should I add to the team? Any ideas? Gideon thought for a moment before responding. There is one name that comes to mind. He has expertise in the field of engineering and has been known to work with Snart in the past. Miles raised an eyebrow. Really? Who is it? Gideon showed Miles the file, and he studied it carefully. Interesting. Yeah, let's bring him on board too. Thanks for your help, Gideon. I'll see you later. Good luck, Miles, Gideon said as the RE turns itself off. Miles snaps his fingers and the same woman that he took a fancy to appears. He makes a smirk and approaches her. Hartley Rathaway was sitting at his desk, his concentration broken by the sound of his own breathing. His super hearing, a side effect of his sonic powers, often made it difficult for him to focus on tasks. He rubbed his temples in frustration and adjusted the settings on his hearing aids. As he resumed working on his sonic gloves, he heard a sudden noise, like a thunderclap. He looked up to see a towering figure in front of him, dressed in an ominous black and white armor. "What do you want?" Hartley asks, his voice trembling slightly. Miles ignores the question and instead admires the sonic gloves Hartley is working on. "Nice gloves," Miles remarks. "But they won't be enough to take down Wells." Hartley narrows his eyes at the mention of Wells and stands up, ready to defend himself. "What do you know about Wells?" Hartley demands. Miles merely smirks and taps a button on his armor, causing it to emit a low hum. "I know more than you think," Miles replies cryptically. "But depending on your answer, I might not answer that question." Hartley thought over it. His career, reputation, and life were already ruined by the man he worked and admired. With nothing left, what else was he going to lose? As long as he gets his revenge, then that was fine with him. "All right, I'm in. Now tell me something I don't know about my boss," Hartley said. "Do you believe in time travel?" Miles asked only to receive a flat no. He chuckles at Hartley's denial of time travel and shakes his head. "You know, I used to think the same way, but now I'm living proof that it's real," he says with a sly grin. Hartley raises an eyebrow in confusion, wondering what Miles is talking about. Before he can ask, Miles grabs him by the back. Suddenly, the world around them blurs and distorts as Miles activates his super speed. Hartley feels a rush of wind and sees streaks of color fly past them, and he realizes they are moving at an incredible speed. As they travel through time and space, Hartley's hearing is overwhelmed by the sheer force of their movement, and he struggles to stay focused. He tries to say something, but his words are lost in the roar of the wind. Finally, they come to a stop, and Hartley looks around in confusion. They're standing in the middle of a jungle, surrounded by towering trees and exotic plants. Hartley blinks in disbelief, wondering how they got there. Miles grins at Hartley's confusion and points to a group of massive reptiles in the distance. "Welcome to the late Cretaceous period," he says with a hint of excitement. "Just in time for the dinosaurs to go extinct." Hartley stares at the creatures in awe, realizing that he's been transported millions of years into the past. At first, he thinks it's some kind of trick or illusion, but then he feels the shockwave of a massive explosion in the distance. Hartley flinches, wondering what could cause such a blast. Miles grins at Hartley's reaction and takes his hand, pulling him back into the blur of super speed. Hartley feels the world around him blur and twist once again as they hurtle through time and space. Finally, they come to a stop, and Hartley stumbles as he tries to regain his balance. He looks around, disoriented and confused, trying to make sense of what he's just experienced. Miles grins at Hartley's bewildered expression and chuckles. "Time travel, my friend," he says with a smug smirk. "It's real, and I'm living proof." Hartley blinks in disbelief, wondering how Miles managed to do something so incredible. He stares at Miles for a moment, trying to figure out what he wants. "What do you want from me?" Hartley asks, still reeling from the experience. Miles smirks and folds his arms, looking down at Hartley with a hint of amusement. "Like I said, I want you to work for me," he says with a low growl. "Harrison Wells. And I'll help you get rid of a pesky petty time leaper." That was the day Hartley's entire world flipped, but more than that, his hatred had become tenfold. He didn't hate Harrison Wells, not anymore, not after what he learned. No, he hated Eobard Thawne. And the Pied Piper will always get his dues. Today Miles was busy looking at hundreds of screens, each of them displaying different parts of the city and its outskirts. Gideon narrowed down places into 3 of the most difficult places to find, he said. In a blink, the majority of the screens vanished, leaving only 3. A waterfall, a cliff, and an abandoned power plant. Miles hummed in thought. All 3 were good places for his future team to meet up. He was lucky that Hartley agreed to work for him, in exchange for having a slice of Reverse Flash. He also needs to sort his memories. The sage aspect of the primal force was helping him focus on the task, but every time he goes to sleep, fragments of the cage's false memories would resurface and force him to wake up. Miles turns his attention towards the entrance of the room as Melanie enters, her face beaming with a bright smile. "Good morning, Master Tachyon," she greets him in a cheerful tone, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Miles nods his head in acknowledgement, a small smile creeping up on his lips. "Good morning, Melanie," he responds, his voice laced with amusement. Melanie approaches him, holding a tray of food and drinks. "I brought you breakfast, as you requested," she says, placing the tray on a nearby table. Miles walks towards the table and takes a seat, gesturing for Melanie to sit beside him. "Thank you, Melanie. You're proving to be quite useful," he remarks, pouring himself a cup of coffee. Melanie blushes at his praise and takes a sip of her own coffee. "I'm happy to serve you, Master Tachyon," she says, her voice soft and sincere. Miles studies her for a moment, wondering if he should undo his brainwashing and let her return to her criminal family. Nah, from her memory she already hated her family minus her brother, so he'll just spare the younger sibling. Watching Melanie leave with her hips swaying left and right nearly set him off the edge. Being stuck in primal force for so long and being its avatar had some minor inconveniences. One of which is that he has to deal with his baser instincts. As a living organism, it's a brainer that one of the baser instincts is to spread one's genome. And Miles had it the worse, as he sees every female in the vicinity as a potential brood mother. Luckily, he can resist it. But it doesn't make his life any easier. Another matter is the burning desire to prove himself, for what or who does not matter. Anytime Miles sees a potential threat or challenge, he had the urge to become the dominant being or an alpha. Miles would have preferred eliminating all possible threats unless they have some use for him and his plans. Just like a speedster who constantly needs to eat thousands of calories, Primals has to learn how to balance his animalistic side, or else he'll be reduced to a caveman mentality or worse, become just like White. Right now, his attraction to Caitlin is through the roof. He wanted her, no. He needed her, so badly that he even had thoughts of killing every man or just straight up brainwashing her into his ideal woman, but no, he was far above that. The day he does that, he'll be nothing more than a common Joe. If he was the king of the jungle, he will have her by other means. She was his queen of the frost, and she deserves to be treated as one. Unfortunately, she probably hates him or fears him after the fight with those 3 stooges. So for now Melanie will be his outlet of frustrations? Emotions? Instincts? Who cares anyway? Melanie can take care of his urges, but he'll hold off any sexual fantasies until he has Caitlin. Miles turns his attention back to the 3 holographic images of the potential hideout locations. He contemplates his options, his mind working quickly through various scenarios and outcomes. Suddenly, he asks himself out loud, how do I get my hands on a gorilla with mind control powers and genius intellect? He pauses, scratching his chin in thought. And why didn't Hartley find Ronnie or even have a clue? Miles sighs, frustrated by the lack of progress in his plans. He knows that time is running out, and he needs to act quickly if he wants to succeed in getting Caitlin. He turns to Gideon. Expand our search. Look for any information related to mind control gorillas and Ronnie Raymond. Gideon nods. Understood, sir. I will initiate the search immediately. Miles nods, satisfied with Gideon's response. He turns his attention back to the holographic images and begins to analyze them once more. He knows that building the perfect hideout is crucial to his success, and he won't rest until he finds the perfect location. The air inside the bank was thick with tension, as Leonard Snart, also known as Captain Cold, his sister Golden Glitter, and their accomplice, Heatwave, had just completed another successful heist. The guards lay on the ground, covered in either ice, glitter, or flames, thanks to the villain's advanced weaponry. Suddenly, the sound of thunder boomed through the room, causing Heatwave to tense up and ask Captain Cold if the flash was coming. But Captain Cold's response was unexpected as he recognized the black and white lightning trail coming from the distance. "It's not the Flash, it's Tachyon," he said, his voice low and serious. Golden Glitter, eager for a challenge, asked her brother if they could take down Tachyon, but Captain Cold shook his head. "No, we don't want to mess with him. He's different from the Flash, and pissing him off would be bad news for us." He had seen the news about Miles' battle with the Flash and two other speedsters, and needless to say, he was on edge. As if on cue, Tachyon arrived, wearing his new Mark II armor, and the room was filled with the hum of advanced technology. Both supervillains greeted each other in a professional manner, as if they were old acquaintances. Captain Cold couldn't help but comment on the new armor. "Looks like you've upgraded, Tachyon." While Tachyon observed Captain Cold's costume, "You've really committed to the cold theme, I see." The two villains stood, sizing each other up, each assessing the other's strengths and weaknesses. It was clear that this encounter was not going to be an easy one for either of them. Captain Cold looks at Tachyon, his face scrunched up in annoyance. "So what do you want, Miles?" he asks, his tone cold and unfriendly. Tachyon responds with a shrug. "Can't a guy visit a friend without being accused of wanting something?" Cold scoffs, "With you, there's always something." Tachyon raises his hands in mock surrender. Okay, I'll cut to the chase. I want you to work with me, Snart." Cold's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. "Work with you? Why the hell would I want to work with you?" Tachyon clarifies, "I mean, work with me and my team. We can accomplish great things together." Cold interrupts, "I heard you the first time. I'm not interested." Tachyon ignores the rejection and continues. Now don't be modest. We both know that you're just rejecting it because you have no idea what's going on inside this head of mine. Besides, I need someone with a plan. Someone who makes the plan, expects the plan to fail, and improvises. That's you, Snart. That's why you're one of the best. I offer you protection and partnership, and it's not like I'm taking a cut on your heist." Snart remains quiet. He looks at his sister, Golden Glitter, and his accomplice, Heatwave, before turning back to Tachyon. "I'll work with you, but you don't order us around. You don't," Snart says firmly. Tachyon nods. "Of course, I wouldn't have come to you if I wanted mindless drones. Your unique skills and talents are what interests me." Snart nods in agreement. "All right, we're in. But don't think for a second that we won't turn on you if you try to screw us over." Tachyon smiles. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Barry and his team were gathered in the conference room at Star Labs, surrounded by screens displaying footage of Miles' recent actions. Cisco furrowed his brow in concern as he spoke up. "Guys, something's not right here. Miles has always been a bit of a troublemaker, but this level of evil is just way out of character for him. And we've already ruled out Bivelow's powers as the cause. Caitlin chimed in, I agree. It's possible that he's suffering from some sort of identity disorder. But why would the evil persona take over now? He hasn't even shown any signs other than his bipolar behavior. Joe nodded in agreement before noticing that Barry had been staring intently at one of the screens, showing Miles unleashing a massive explosion of energy. Barry, what's wrong? He asked. Barry looked up at Joe with a heavy heart and responded, I couldn't stop him. I tried everything, but I wasn't fast enough. And now he's gone too far. The room fell silent for a moment as they all contemplated the severity of the situation. Barry, what happened out there? What happened to Miles? None of that was your fault. Joe said. No, it was. I had the power to stop Miles. I could have stopped all of that if I only stopped Bigelow before Miles got there. But instead, I was too late like always. Miles saved me and paid for it. Barry sighed. Miles was a troublemaker, but he doesn't deserve to be trapped in his own body. Cisco couldn't deny it, but he also wished the old Miles was back. The one who would always annoy him by making stupid comments about his inventions and always making jokes about the suit. Caitlin was also affected by Miles constantly flirting with her. His attempts to get her attention had been annoying, but she couldn't deny that he had made an impact on her life. He was a thief, a criminal, but he had a good heart. He risked his life to save the city, toppled crime families, and took over for the sake of the homeless and unfortunate. In a way he was more of an anti-hero despite his claim to be a villain. Now seeing him reduced to a murderer was heartbreaking. Beat had seen the news and had been distraught by finding out from Caitlin what happened to Miles. He was a hero for Beat, and she couldn't even repay him when he needed it. As the team continued to discuss Miles' plight, the alarms blared through Star Labs, and Barry's heart raced with fear and adrenaline. His mind was still consumed with the guilt of not being able to stop Miles before, and he couldn't bear the thought of him causing any more harm. Ah, crap, the guys. Miles here. Cisco muttered, pointing to one of the monitors. Everyone can see him in front of the camera sitting on a plastic chair and reading a newspaper. Barry quickly ran through the facility, his legs moving with a sense of urgency that he had never felt before. He needed to catch Miles, no matter what. As he burst through the doors, he saw Miles sitting in the distance, smirking with his arms crossed. Without hesitation, Barry launched himself forward, his feet blurring against the ground as he picked up speed. Miles merely chuckled and made a gesture with his hand before darting away. Barry was hot on his heels, his body moving with an effortless grace that only a speedster could possess. As the two tore through the city, Barry felt his emotions rise and fall like waves crashing against the shore. One moment, he was furious at Miles for causing so much destruction. The next, he was in awe of the pure power that Miles wielded. Despite his inner turmoil, he never let up on the chase. The world around him became a blur as he focused solely on catching Miles. The chase continued for what felt like hours, but in reality, it was only minutes. Miles led Barry through the streets and into alleyways, zigzagging through the city like a madman. Going as far as doing several park hours, phasing through obstacles and people. But Barry was always one step behind, his body moving with the precision of a finely tuned machine. As they neared the outskirts of the city, Miles came to a sudden stop and turned to face Barry. Their eyes locked for a moment, and then Miles spoke, "Well, Flash, it looks like you're getting faster every day." Barry gritted his teeth. "What do you want, Miles?" Miles simply shrugged. "Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to give you a little exercise." "I'm not gonna ask you again." Barry clenched his fists, ready for a fight. "What do you want, Miles?" Scary. Did you learn that from a friend or me? Miles remained relaxed and turned his back on Barry. Follow me, he said, walking into the woods. Barry was taken aback by Miles' nonchalance but sensed no hostility, so he followed. Still, he didn't let his guard down. What's the point of all this? Barry asked again. Miles chuckled. Relax, Barry, it's just a friendly visit. Why so serious? Barry's temper flared. This isn't a game, Miles. You've taken lives, and I won't let you get away with it. You killed so many innocent people. Miles turned around to face Barry, still smiling. Oh, Barry, you're always so quick to jump to conclusions. It's not about the lives I've taken, it's about the lives I'm going to save. Barry scoffed. Save lives? By becoming a mass murderer? That doesn't make any sense. Miles shrugged. It doesn't have to make sense to you. But soon enough, you'll see that what I'm doing is necessary. And when that time comes, I hope you'll be on my side. Barry's anger boiled over. He grabbed Miles' shirt and slammed him into a tree before he demanded, You think this is a game? People have died because of you. You might not care about them, but I do. I won't let you get away this. I don't care if you have some disorder or not. Miles' expression shifted to amusement. Oh, spare me the drama, Barry. You won't let me get away? What are we, some kind TV show? Face it, pal, whatever you do, whatever you try, I always get away. Miles's eyes became black and white once more. Barry, on the other hand, became orange. Besides, this is a closure for you. Barry released Miles, confused. What are you talking about? Miles grinned. Don't play around, Barry. We both know you still think the same old Miles. The thief grinned. You and your team still think you can bring the old me back, right? Barry's breath stopped. Whoever took over Miles' body knew about it. Oh, please, you don't have superpowers to figure out that you folks think of me. It's painfully obvious that you still think of good old Miles. Miles, you can still dash. I can't stop Barry. I've gone too far to stop now, Miles said. So, I'm going to ask you one question. Still think you can catch me? With a determined look, Barry responded. Not even death will hold me. This caused Miles to let out a predatory grin as if he found worthwhile prey. Then I guess you better up your game. Flash! Miles said with his black and white lightning dancing across his body. I will, and when I do, you're never getting out. Tachyon! Barry said with an iron glare. Both sides stared into each other before going in different directions. Miles looks up to the sky and admired the view. From this day forth, Barry and Miles were no longer friends, they were enemies. Miles' thoughts drifted towards Eobard and saw their similarities. Both of them idolized the Flash, both wanted to become the Flash, and both were petty beyond reason. Miles wouldn't hesitate in enacting his vengeance on anyone regardless of age. The only reason he hasn't harmed any children or people in this life is simply that he hadn't encountered someone who earned his ire. Actually, he remembered putting the Dean's 6-year-old son in a hospital after teaching the brat a painful lesson with acid. Nobody could pin it on him. Considering the brat's behavior, it was ruled as an accident. Then the brat had to annoy and ruin his entire work, again. So he decided the family had to learn about the meaning of discipline, which ended up with the brat becoming a cripple. The husband and wife have to live with tubes. It was an accident. A very unfortunate accident, but for Miles, that was his quiet Mondays. Don't get him wrong, he wouldn't kill kids, they're the future after all. So he'll settle with life-lasting trauma. Was he horrible? Yes, but fair. And that was where their similarities ended. Unlike Ebard, who wanted to be like the Flash, Miles knew Barry had something that he didn't have and decided that instead of hating the Flash over something silly, he wanted to go beyond the legend. Gorilla Grodd was on edge as he hid in the shadows of an abandoned building, awaiting the arrival of his father, Reverse Flash. The recent news of a battle between Barry, Miles, Reverse Flash, and Black Flash had him worried, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Suddenly, Grodd caught the scent of an unfamiliar presence and instinctively used his telepathy to locate the source, but he found himself blocked by an unknown force. Miles appeared with a villainous entrance, startling Grodd and causing him to attack without hesitation. However, Miles was too quick, dodging Grodd's punches with ease. "Is that all you've got?" Miles taunted, a smirk forming on his face. "I expected more from someone of your caliber." Grodd snarled in frustration, his attempts to catch Miles proving futile. Miles continued to taunt him, making jokes at his expense. But as Grodd made one last desperate punch, Miles caught it with ease and delivered a powerful psychic attack, causing Grodd to fall to the ground. "Looks like the tables have turned," Miles said with a chuckle as he towered over the defeated gorilla. "Now, let's have a little chat, shall we?" Grodd snarled in anger, his telepathic abilities surging through his mind as he tried to break through Miles' mental defenses. "You think you can just come in here and take what you want?" he roared, his eyes glowing with rage. Miles grinned, his white and black lightning crackling around him. "I didn't come for anything specific, Grodd. I just wanted to have some fun," he replied casually, blocking another mental attack from Grodd. Grodd wasn't a fool. The fact that his enemy knew his name meant that his opponent had done some digging, which might be why his mental power was being hampered by something, but Miles revealing his own psychic abilities certainly annoyed the gorilla. However, Grodd couldn't put his finger on it, but the longer this fight continued, the more like his baser instincts were begging to be released. And Grodd found himself slowly losing himself to that desire. The two psychics clashed again and again, their mental powers colliding in a fierce battle of wills. Each one tried to gain the upper hand, but neither could break through the other's defenses. Yet at the same time, both of their physical bodies fought. Miles wanted to improve his experience when fighting other psychic users or anything related to mind battles. And Grodd was the perfect test run. Suddenly, Grodd unleashed a massive psychic blast, sending Miles crashing to the ground. The speedster groaned in pain as he clutched his head, but to Grodd's surprise, he found him laughing. Miles' grin started to grow larger to the point it felt like he was turning into a demon. The said demon let out terrifying laughter as if his suffering was a good joke. "Now that's what I'm talking about," he shouted, his eyes glinting with madness. He began clawing out his helmet, but the metal held itself. "You've done it now, Grodd. I really want you on my team." Grodd was taken aback by Miles' reaction, but before he could react, the speedster was back on his feet, launching his own psychic attack. The two combatants exchanged blow after blow, their powers pulsing with intensity. As the battle raged on, the abandoned building around them shook and groaned under the strain of their powers. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling as the two psychics pushed themselves to their limits. Miles was having so much fun, and Grodd was winning the fight in the mental realm while he was winning in the physical realm. Honestly, he had the urge to mount Grodd's head to his room, but he wanted the gorilla to be on his team and teach the ways of a mind bender. Finally, with a final burst of energy, Miles managed to break through Grodd's mental defenses and knock the gorilla unconscious. The speedster stood over his fallen foe, panting heavily but grinning like a madman. "Thanks for the workout, Grodd," he chuckled. "That was fun. Now for my prize." Yet before he could even drag Grodd back to his hideout, everything started spinning. Miles fell to his knees, rushing to remove his helmet, and vomited. His eyes were bloodshot, Blood began leaking out from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Miles groaned. Having his mental state torn asunder by the Speed Force in an effort to kill him had been one of Miles' most agonizing moments, but the Primal Force had saved him and turned him into its avatar. Chuckling at the irony, Miles willed his body to heal faster and carried Grodd back to his hideout. Grodd's mental attacks did a number on his mental state, and using the sage aspect of the Primal Force had pushed his mind to another level. As Grodd wakes up, he blinks his eyes several times, trying to focus on his surroundings. He looks around, confused, until he sees Miles, and his eyes widen with anger. What is this? Why am Grodd here? Grodd roared, his eyes glaring at Miles. Miles chuckles, looking amused by Grodd's reaction. Relax, big guy. You're in a safe place now, Miles said with a sly grin. Grodd snarls, showing his sharp teeth. What does the speedster want with Grodd? Miles tilts his head, admiring Grodd's powerful mental defenses. I just want to recruit you to my team. With your powers, we could be unstoppable, Miles replied, giving a compliment to Grodd's power. Grodd crossed his arms, still skeptical. Grodd will never join forces with a madman. Miles shrugged, not bothered by Grodd's rejection. Suit yourself. But keep an open mind, Grodd. You might find yourself in a situation where we can help each other, Miles said with a mysterious smile. Grodd's interest was piqued by Miles' words. What do you mean by that? Miles just chuckled. Let's just say that I know why you're different from the rest of your kin. But that's a story for another time, Miles said, giving a small hint of his knowledge. Grodd narrowed his eyes, intrigued but still cautious. What do you know of Grodd? You are a humdash. You were experimented on as a baby gorilla because some douchebag general wanted a gorilla weapon of all things, blah, blah. You got mind powers and now wants everyone, especially General Douche, to suffer just like you have suffered. Now did I miss anything? Miles leaned in closer. Tell me, Grodd. What do you know about Harrison Wells? Grodd's eyes narrowed. What is your interest in him? Miles chuckled. Let's just say I have a feeling that everything is not as it seems. And I think you might feel the same way. Grodd was taken aback. What do you mean? Miles leaned back and crossed his arms. Do you believe in time travel, Grodd? Grodd snorted. Of course not. Such things are impossible. Miles grinned. Are they, though? Think about it, Grodd. You are a gorilla with psychic powers and I'm the avatar of a cosmic force. If the two of us were possible, what about time travel? What does this have to do with anything? He growls, his voice deep and menacing. Miles' grin widens. Oh, it has everything to do with him after all. His one why your life is a mess anyways. Grodd snorts. Lies. Miles just chuckles. Well, I hate to break it to you, buddy, but the most I can get by lying to you is nothing. Here, let me show you. Just like that, Grodd found himself dragged through the time stream. He could see an infinite number of alternate timelines flowing together like a scene before they came out and found themselves in a strange world. Gorillas were everywhere, but Grodd can feel it. They were like him. Intelligent, and something more. Then to his shock, he found a version of himself standing on a pedestal giving a speech. Welcome to your original timeline, Grodd, King of the Apes. Miles said. Original? If this was his original timeline, then it must be no. This was nothing but an illusion, a fabricated lie meant to turn him against his own father. Yet, why does this burning desire feel like he had been wronged? Grodd could feel himself enjoying it. His telepathic ability allowed him to feel their emotions, and Grodd loved every bit of it. A perfect timing. Show about to start. Miles' voice echoed. Then it happened. Everything was slowly fading, and Grodd's greatest power became the perfect way to torture him. Their screams, the despair, Grodd, all of it at once. Everything was falling apart, and then he was back. Back to the same place where he and Miles had been talking. Grodd couldn't speak for a moment, his mind reeling from what he had just witnessed. What did you do? Why did you show me that? Miles sighed. I just wanted you to see what you lost. I wanted you to understand why things are the way they are. I didn't mean to upset you. Grodd looked away, unable to meet Miles' gaze. And what now? What do you want from Grodd? Miles smiled. Like I said, I want you to join me, Grodd. You're different from the rest of your kind. You're special. And I could use someone like you on my team. Grodd narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What do you mean, different? Miles leaned forward, his eyes glinting with interest. You're more intelligent than the rest, your psychic brethren, more powerful. Your mind is like a fortress, almost impossible to penetrate if you actually put in the work. Grodd nodded slowly, realizing what Miles was getting at. And why should Grodd join you? Miles leaned back in his chair, looking thoughtful. Because we have a common enemy, Grodd. Eobard Thawne. He's the one responsible for erasing your people, and he's the one responsible for everything that's happened. This is the same man who you have been calling father, the same man who took the skin of Harrison Wells and has been using it ever since. Help me and I will give your world back. Grodd considered Miles' words carefully. He had always felt that something was off, that something was wrong with this world. And now he knew why. Eobard Thawne. Why should Grodd believe you? With a telepathic ape growled. You could be worse than Eobard Thawne. You can't. If anything, I'm just as bad as he is. Miles said with a twisted smile. I'm petty, a sadist, and worst, I love it when people around me are miserable, but I'm fair, I always keep my word and promises. All right, Grodd said, finally meeting Miles' gaze. Grodd will help you. Miles grins, eyes glowing with otherworldly power. Welcome to the team, King of Apes. Both man and ape shook hands, but they knew that this partnership wouldn't last. For now, they were on the same page. Miles was so happy that the multiverse was a thing, otherwise it would have been harder to convince Grodd. It also helps that he had been placing some mental imprints on Grodd's mind when he was knocked out. He could have brainwashed him there, but he didn't want to become like the Speed Force. Of course, if Grodd ever becomes a problem, he could just kill him or just kidnap the baby Grodd and carry him to the future. Either way, Miles got what he wanted. Now, he just needs a good name for his group. The room was quiet except for the hum of the computers. Team Flash was gathered together, discussing their next steps in dealing with the notorious villain, Miles Wally, also known as Tachyon. Eobard couldn't help but despise Tachyon just as much as he detested Barry. His existence completely ruined everything. However, he can also give the man some respect he deserves. Guys, we have a problem, Joe said, breaking the silence. Miles has been on a recruiting spree, and it seems like he's getting more powerful every day. Cisco stopped typing and turned to Joe. What do you mean by recruiting spree, Joe? He's been taking in a lot of people with criminal records, offering them power and protection in exchange for their loyalty, Joe explained. Caitlin furrowed her brows. That's concerning. What's his endgame? Cisco shook his head. I don't know, but I don't like the sound of it. Barry was silent, his thoughts racing as he processed the information. He knew Miles was dangerous, but he hadn't realized how much of a threat he truly was until now. Barry, what do you think? Harrison Wells, or rather, Eobard Thorn asked, breaking the silence. Barry sighed, running a hand through his hair. I don't know, he admitted. But we have to stop him. Agreed, Joe said firmly. But we need a new plan. Miles already beat Barry hundreds of times with just his speed. We can't keep relying on brute force to stop him. Not to mention what he did to him last week was messed up. Cisco muttered. After beating Barry with an inch of his life, Miles decided to bury Barry alive right next to his mother's grave. The reason? Because Barry broke one of Miles' windows from a stolen Bugatti. The room fell silent as they each contemplated their next move. They needed something new, something that could outsmart Miles. We need to think outside the box, Caitlin said suddenly, breaking the silence. Miles is a speedster, but he's also a thief. Maybe we can use that to our advantage. What do you mean? Cisco asked. Well, Caitlin began, a glint in her eye. What if we set up a trap for him? Something that he can't resist stealing. Barry's eyes lit up. You're suggesting we use you as bait? He muttered. Caitlin, that's crazy. We have no idea what or how Miles is going to react. Eobard said in concern. True, he could be careless, but Caitlin was one of his useful assets, so losing her might cause some setbacks to his plans. Every second Miles is out there, more people are getting hurt, and let's not forget he's getting faster and stronger, Caitlin said. Even if he somehow changed, isn't it weird that out of all of us, it's only me that Miles hasn't come after yet? The rest of the group became silent, but Barry, however, still didn't like the idea. Miles' alter ego was more dangerous, and he wasn't even sure if it was a crush on Caitlin went beyond the norm. For all he knows, Miles' father might do something worse to Caitlin than just annoying her. Caitlin sighed once she realized that none of the team was going to let it happen. She'll have to come up with something else. Look, I don't like this either. If anything, I'm scared, but this might be the only chance we have to stopping Miles. Without any choice left, the team began to brainstorm ideas, fueled by the hope that they could finally put an end to Miles' reign of terror. But despite their determination, they couldn't shake the feeling of unease that Joe's words had brought upon them. As Team Flash strategizes on how to stop Miles, far away from their headquarters, a hidden facility lies behind a waterfall, concealed from the public eye. The sound of booming music and laughter echoes from within, signaling a party in full swing. Criminal metahumans of various abilities dance, drink, and indulge in the festivities, their powers on full display. The night sky was painted with the colors of the sunset, and a hidden facility behind the cascading waterfall illuminated the dark woods with the noise of a full-blast party. The sounds of music, laughter, and shouting echoed through the trees, and the smell of alcohol and sweat permeated the air. One metahuman, a woman with blue skin and hair that glows neon green, uses her powers to create dazzling light shows on the dance floor. Another, a man with metallic skin, flexes his muscles to show off his strength while others marvel at his invulnerability. In a corner, a group of criminals huddles together, murmuring about their leader, Tachyon. Some praise him for his power, agility, and intelligence, while others fear his wrath and cruelty. One particularly daring member even suggests that they could take down Tachyon and seize power for themselves, only to be silenced by a cold glare from his group. It was no secret that while Tachyon was a lenient boss to have, but everyone can agree that pissing off Miles or trying to overthrow him was pointless and a dumb move. The last one had his entire body pasted on the wall like a piece of art. And as an example, Miles forced that man's group to eat his remains. His skin was used to make a rug, how that was possible none wanted to know. His bones were used to make furniture that Miles threw away at the garbage dump. The wife and daughter were just plain lucky they cut off ties with him a long time ago, otherwise Miles would have gone after them too. Needless to say, no one wanted that to happen again. Miles sat in his private office, observing the criminal metahumans partying hard in the hidden facility behind the waterfall. The loud noises of music and laughter echoed through the walls, and Miles could feel the bass thumping in his chest. Hartley Rathaway and Leonard Snart sat across from him, with Gorilla Grodd standing behind Miles's chair. Miles had a new hairstyle that was a cross between punk and stylish, with the sides of his head shaved and the top long and styled in a messy faux hawk. He wore a black t-shirt, leather jacket, and ripped jeans that mixed well with the rest of his clothes. Miles and his crew were discussing their recent crimes. Snart reminded Miles of an important matter. "You know, Tachyon, you still haven't named this organization of ours." Miles thought for a moment before saying, "How about Rapex?" Snart shook his head, "Too generic." Miles thought again before saying, "What about the Collective?" Hartley scoffed, "Too pretentious." Miles sighed, "Fine, how about the Brotherhood?" Grodd spoke up, "Too cliché." Miles racked his brain again. "How about the Rogues 2.0? Snart interrupted, "That sounds too derivative. We need something that reflects our goals and ambitions." Miles scratched his chin, thinking, "What about Valhalla?" Hartley raised an eyebrow. "Valhalla? That's a bit of a mouthful." Miles explained, "It's a Norse mythological term for the afterlife, where the bravest warriors go after they die in battle. It's fitting for us, don't you think?" Snart grinned, "I like it. Valhalla it is." As they continued to observe the partygoers below, each criminal had their own view of Tachyon. Some feared him, some respected him, and some saw him as a means to an end. One criminal commented, "He's like a god among us. The way he moves, the way he thinks, it's like he's untouchable." Another added, "I heard he can control time and space. Imagine the power we could have with him on our side." A third criminal disagreed, "I don't trust him. He's too unpredictable. We should get out while we can." Miles overheard their conversations and smirked. He knew that fear was a powerful motivator and that some of these criminals would be useful in his plans. Let them talk, he thought to himself. They'll slip up sooner or later. "The Tachyon has done it again," one female metahuman remarked, impressed with the party. "The Kingpin knows how to throw a party," another added. Gorilla Grodd remained silent, watching the party with a stern expression. This senseless debauchery was disgusting, but Grodd held his mouth shut. Miles made this party to scout those who are dispensable and replaceable. Miles turned to his crew. "How are our operations going?" "We have expanded our network, and the number of metahumans under our control has increased," Hartley replied. "We also have successfully obtained several weapons that we can use to enhance your little band," Leonard added. Miles nodded, pleased with their progress. "Look at them, they're a waste of resources," Hartley remarked, pointing to the partygoers. "Are you sure about this?" Leonard Snart snorted. "Speak for yourself. I'm only here for the money." "The recent attacks on Central City and the thefts were a success," Miles said, breaking the silence. "But we need to be careful. We don't want to attract too much attention." Snart smirked. "You mean you don't want to attract too much attention? You're the one with the superpowers." Miles laughed, knowing that Snart caught his lie. Miles stood up from his seat and stretched his arms. "All right, guys. Let's adjourn the meeting for now," he said as he made his way towards the door. He paused and turned around, looking at his crew. "Oh, and let's not forget to have some fun, shall we?" Miles gave them a sly grin before leaving the room. He could feel the excitement building within him as he headed towards the stage where the dancers were performing. The loud music filled the air, pulsating through the entire facility. As Miles stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause. He couldn't resist the opportunity to show off, to let his powers add dramatic flares to the performance. With each step, he left behind trails of electrifying sparks, his lightning-like speed making him a blur of black and white. The dancers moved in sync with his energy, their movements becoming more dynamic and captivating. Miles reveled in the attention, his every move commanding the crowd's admiration. He knew how to put on a show, and tonight, he wanted to leave an unforgettable impression. Meanwhile, Snart, Hartley, and Grodd observed the spectacle from a distance, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. They couldn't help but wonder what else was running inside Miles' head, what grand plans and ambitions he had in store. "He's crazy, that one," Snart muttered under his breath. Hartley nodded in agreement. "No doubt about it. But there's something captivating about his madness. It's hard to look away." Grodd remained silent, his thoughts deep and contemplative. He watched as Miles danced and commanded the stage, a mix of curiosity and wariness in his eyes. He knew that following Miles was a risk, but there was something intriguing about the speedster villain that made him hesitate. As the crowd continued to cheer and revel in Miles' performance, the three observers shared a knowing look. They couldn't deny the power and charisma Miles possessed, even if it seemed to come from a place of unpredictability and madness. "He may be crazy, but he's our kingpin," Snart said, his voice filled with a hint of admiration and a touch of unease. Hartley and Grodd nodded in agreement, their minds filled with questions and doubts. They knew that with Miles, nothing was ever straightforward, and the path they were embarking on was bound to be filled with twists and turns. But for now, they would follow him, intrigued by the allure of his grand plans, even if they couldn't fully comprehend them.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.